Yes, I was. Okay, so to recap very quickly, we're really excited to have you all here. There's some slight changes to the programme in that we've got some train strikes going on in the UK. So one of our speakers will be speaking virtually, one of our speakers is not speaking, and we also have a speaker here who is not on the published programme. So it'll all work out in the end. Hopefully you guys can hear me now. Okay, and with that very promising stuff, let's get going. So our first speaker for the day is Hilary Davidson. Hilary is Associate Professor and Chair of the MA in Fashion and Textile Studies, History, Theory and Museum Practice at the Fashion Institute of Technology in New York. She's the author of Dress in the Age of Jane Austen, which was published by Yale in 2019, as well as the sparkling brand new volume, Jane Austen's Wardrobe, which is also being published by Yale in just a couple of weeks' time. Not even that, 10 days, something like that. So we've got her at a very exciting time, and we're very grateful that she's slotted us into her schedule. Her article on the embodied term in fashion theory has been incredibly influential in shaping the recreative practice field. And today she's talking to us about expanding the embodied term, issues and directions in remaking. I'll just get your slides up here.
If I sit here, am I? It's good visibility.
You can sit wherever you want to sit. No, I'm going to sit down there.
Okay, just want to check in with Teams. You can see the screen and hear me. Someone just wants to unmute themselves and, or give me a thumbs up. Thank you. Okay, first of all, I'm delighted to be here, and thank you for giving me a chance to talk about one of my favourite topics. And I called this talk Expanding the Embodied Term, Issues and Directions in Remaking, because in 2018, I was asked to give a talk as part of a studies day on fashion studies methodologies about reconstructing historic clothing. And it was quite a short paper, but it was a chance for me to muster thoughts which had been generating consciously and unconsciously for at least 20 years at that point about what it is to remake historic clothing, establish the history of the process and how people have variously used it across dress, textile and fashion studies. It was very useful to me to pull these ideas together and think about them more systematically. But it was even more fruitful as the impetus for a special issue of fashion theory on the making term, which was also a phrase from my talk. So the subsequent article, The Embodied Term, which Savannah kindly mentioned, was intended as a state of the field, providing an outline of reconstruction work done to date and a comprehensive bibliography on the work of dress and textiles remaking. So I'm going to be calling the practice different things during this talk, and as nomenclature is an issue for the whole day, I'm just going to sprinkle re-terms liberally, and we'll talk about what that means later. I also wanted to say in print, many things reconstructors knew, but had trouble proving in an academic context. So the thrust of my article is that the practice of remaking and learning through doing has finally become accepted enough within the academy that its outcomes and results are also accepted academically as a form of historical research. And today I'm really just going to weave in and out of the structure of that article to expand its thinking, suggest directions and contemplate issues. So if I mention something in the article and you haven't read it, you can kind of go back and have a look. So, I mean, there's lots of sort of issues about why one reconstructs dress, but people, since the article's been published, people have thanked me for articulating academically things they could then use to back up their own arguments in talking about their work, an outcome I'm pleased by because that was one of the intentions. There is always a limitation with word counts and the intellectual space of a journal article that leaves a lot of space for more. And I really felt that this article was a beginning. So I'm hoping this network can help fill in some of those spaces and give a larger platform to many discussions I've had with colleagues who recreate and reconstruct. This is a very sexy slide of bibliography, but I hope it sort of conveys the sense of how much has been done and written in about reconstruction. I wanted to give this kind of summary of the state of dress reconstruction for other reasons. I wanted to give people in many fields involving dress a grounding in the idea that recreation has been done for quite a long time and has a literature. Of course, this does rather mean that people need to have some sort of academic connection. Fashion theory is not sold at newsstands. But many students, especially at the graduate and doctoral level, are engaging with making and remaking as part of their process and studies. I wanted to give them something so that they didn't have to reinvent the wheel themselves. And as I say in the article, a hallmark of recreation so far is that people largely find their own methodology and their own way through it. The methodology of recreation is one of the largest issues we'll discuss in some detail over this network. And I find new projects and articles using reconstruction methodologies every year that are more consistent and comprehensive techniques of analysis and practice will help going forward. And on the other hand, I also wanted to help balance out work from, I can't help it, I think of it this way, mainstream history fields, which has examples of scholars approaching reconstruction as a new or novel technique, which is not without diving into the significant work gone before. The Making and Knowing project is not one of those. I think this is an interesting project, but I kind of leave it at this. So, just because we feel like we're doing something for the first time doesn't mean that there's not a historiography. And as someone who puts together an annual summary of all the articles published across all fields on fashion studies, dress history, textile history, and related areas, I have evidence that many researchers are comfortable omitting a comprehensive literature review and then assuring us that their dress-related results are new. These people are generally not dress historians. And I don't want reconstruction to fall by the same wayside. So this talk is a chance to expand on aspects of reconstruction I'm hoping this network will start to address and do some more thinking out loud about the issues, directions and changes since I first kind of formally wrote thoughts down. One of my favourite things about reconstruction is that partly it hasn't happened so much within the academy, or that the people doing it helped to build the academy, especially in dress and textiles, just textile and fashion studies. Giants like Nora Waugh and, of course, Janet Arnold, the backbone of dress history, reconstruction, and the giant on whose shoulders we stand. Dress studies themselves emerged from art history, which was itself a slightly suspicious discipline for mainstream historians. Additionally, it often involves museums with objects and the approaches of what has become in history the material turn. Because this was about dress, sewing and history, it was a province largely of women. And as we all know, academic fields that have to do with the feminine aren't really serious. So we've kind of come down to this third decade of the 21st century with a strange beast of remaking historic dress in all its forms that has grown and evolved in many different and interesting ways. We have textile conservators who use remaking in very systematic and precise ways to stand in for historical objects or fulfill a conservation or mounting function. We have people using it to test theories for textile or needlework processes. And the image here is on MA graduate work from one of the students in my program in textile conservation, remaking 17th century stump work as an analytical technique for understanding historic objects. We have people making full sets of clothing or testing out all of the things one can test: shape, pattern, cut, materials, fall of clothing, style development, textile problems, technical problems, textile engineering, you name it, people have probably done it. Part of the problem is that reconstruction is frequently piecemeal. It brings in skills and approaches from all sorts of areas combined in myriad and often unique ways. Traditional fashion making, including pattern drafting and cutting hand skills, machine sewing skills, costuming skills, combined with skills of historical research, theoretical consideration, whether explicit or implicit, and recording and analysis of process. Of course, the area where reconstruction as a practice is most established is experimental archaeology, which began in the mid-20th century. One of the reasons I coined the phrase experimental history within my article was that I heard a lot of people calling remaking objects that were collected and non-archaeological, so dress objects that were sort of in museum collections, experimental archaeology. And since I've accidentally become an archaeologist, and that's what my PhD is in, much to my surprise, I feel I can sort of state this with some confidence. And my PhD was actually looking at the links between archaeology and dress history, specifically experimental archaeology. And much of the embodied turn article is drawn from doctoral research. But it is also notable that it's been textile and dress experimental archaeology often at the forefront of these approaches, especially in Northern European and Scandinavian areas. The finds of archaeological textiles lead to fantastic acts of interpretation, remaking and reinterpreting through doing, accompanied by excellent theory. But I didn't see why people remaking dress objects that had nothing to do with archaeology had to call it archaeology. And I decided that they were turning to this phrasing because we had no alternative. We had no way of describing as a practice within history what we did. Having looked extensively at the notion of what history is and definitions of experiment, some of which I've put up here, I felt comfortable calling the practice of reconstruction in dress textiles experimental history. It is possible to experiment in history. There is also a field of history looking at the history of experiments, that is experimental history, but I feel we won't get too confused. And I mean, also history as a field is only what we make of it. It's a human definition. And that can and does change with the times and develop and grow and evolve. So I feel like absorbing experimentation back into history to move away from the notion of the sciences having a monopoly on experiment is perfectly possible for history as it morphs as a discipline. We do have some way to go because I was assured by some guy on Twitter, noted authority, that the other day that real historians only use documents. And when I pointed out that, art history and material culture did as well, I was assured that they weren't really real histories. So it's always good to kind of take the temperature of popular readings of historical understandings. And one of the problems is that we live in a world that very much differentiates science from history. And I've given you here the current sort of dictionary definition of the main understanding of science from the OED. But this is really a relatively new characterization. The distinctions are even more modern than Descartes. So science as we know it was natural philosophy until well into the 19th century. The study of history per se was articulated relatively recently as well. We're talking a couple of hundred years. But the concept of scientia is about knowledge based on demonstrable and reproducible data. And if we look at this definition in the OED about trustworthy methods involving the scientific method and which incorporate falsifiable hypotheses, I think this is definitely applicable to reconstruction. I want to give you another quote here from a 2018 book, and I've deliberately left out the word for what kind of investigation it is. But if we look at just the definition of the investigation, so it's about systematic methods of investigation, theoretical thinking and the logical assessment of arguments to develop the body of knowledge about a particular subject matter, and that this kind of work depends upon a mix of boldly innovative thought, the careful marshalling of evidence to support or disconfirm ideas and theories, and that information and insights accumulated through this kind of study and debate are always to some degree tentative, open to being revised or even completely discarded in the light of new evidence or arguments. So this is actually from an introduction to sociology, one of the social sciences. And the original discussion is about science. But reading through this and thinking about this in relationship to reconstruction, if we substitute history and historic, I think it works exactly the same way. And the notion of experimenting and how you find out knowledge is a principle that underlies both history and science, but the language and development of thinking around it has been more abrogated to the scientific. Of course, in Europe, the notion of scientific knowledge the word is used more broadly to cover all sorts of investigation. But, you know, is this a matter of language? Is this a matter of perception? Not quite sure. And if we look at another sociological quote here from Yunya Kawamura about science being a logical system that bases knowledge on direct systematic observation, and its knowledge is based on empirical evidence that is information we can verify with our senses. This certainly applies to object study, to material culture study, and that empiricism has always been an ingredient of the social sciences. Reliable knowledge comes from that which can be observed and experimented with, which is absolutely the case in reconstruction. And, you know, the idea that, following on, the opposite is knowledge based on philosophic speculations that have no scientific grounding. And some believe, I'd like to know who believes, that fashion and dress studies tend to be in that category. I think this is a very interesting perception on the field of fashion and dress studies by someone coming from a certain system. So again, there's kind of biases about how things are presented. But, you know, while we're struggling to name what it is that we do and classify and order it, the things that recreation does are much older. What do we call a thing that is concerned with both theory and method? How can we revise history? You know, there's no laws of history like there are laws of science, although historical facts can and often and should be revised by the discovery of new facts not previously known. We also can't repeatedly demonstrate history exactly as it was, although one would argue that on the atomic or subatomic level, no experiments, no scientific experiment truly repeats either. And as to this notion of you know, differences between science and history, I have a friend who's a professor in quantum computing and, you know, working on things that are going to change the future. And standing around drinking one night, we were talking about the processes of experimentation, and it turns out that we have exactly the same methodology. You try something, you look at the results, and then you try something new again based on the outcome of those results. He's trying to sort of break through on this, like putting 10 quantum bits on a silicon chip. And, you know, I was trying to make a copy of Jane Austen's Police at the time. Very different, but our approach was the same. And reconstruction is human action. It's the theory applied in the material or in the physical. And kind of older ideas of science that aren't so current or prevalent in our concepts of science today, particularly those of Aristotle, do in fact offer an integrated model for approaching recreation or reconstruction. So even they posit the idea of learning by doing, that experiment creates knowledge. And even the meanings of the word experiment are culturally and chronologically contingent. When I looked at some I touched upon in the article and expanded them more fully as to when they used them, we see that earlier pre-Cartesian uses of experiment and science do not differentiate between what is being experimented with and have a more bodily, human, and emotional meaning to them than what is tolerated today. And so if you look at these kind of the earlier definitions of science, and I've given you sort of the date range that they used, they're more concerned with states or facts of knowledge, knowing something or understanding. I think my favorite one is the term scientia in about the 12th century in Old French means knowledge given from God, which just solves all citation problems. I'm also concerned that it's, you know, why am I so concerned with what science and what history is? It's because in the 21st century, we've seen social polarizations grow, and particularly between that of the sciences or STEM and the humanities. And the playoffs between these, especially from the side of science denigrating the value of the humanities worldwide and systematically decreasing the respect paid to humanities research, including critical thinking and text analysis skills, is just the most recent iteration of the long break beginning with Descartes between mind and body. We see this played out in the 19th century in the notion of the artist and the separation of the artist and craftsman. This split of science and humanity, of test and text, is probably a false one, as they are all concerned with the quest for knowledge. What we call reconstruction and where it falls is an issue because it crosses boundaries that were false in the first place. And besides, we are quite literally what we do. There's fascinating research into in AI work that researchers have found that the form or shape the body of an AI robot has determines the way its consciousness develops. A spring-shaped AI will generate different sets of neural networks or logic connections compared with one that has 10 legs. And other research has shown, to use an example closer to our topic, that the stereoscopic vision of dressmakers is better than that of the average person. The act of dressmaking itself changes how dressmakers see. The doing changes that being in a very physical way. And this is also starting to come out in issues of enclosed and embodied cognition, modes from psychology that are quantitatively analysing what our bodies know and what clothing does. And there's a great quote here that cognition is embodied when it is deeply dependent upon the features of the physical body of an agent. That is, when aspects of the agent's body beyond the brain play a significant causal or physically constitutive role in cognitive processing, which is all super important for how we get the knowledge that remaking gives us. And then enclosed cognition involves the co-occurrence of two independent factors, the symbolic meaning of the clothes and the physical experience of wearing them, and how what we wear changes how we feel about ourselves. I mean, that's sort of self-evident, but it's being scienced, which gives us quantifiable results. And I mean, then, of course, one of the key issues of what do we call this method of making copies of historic objects that either did or did not exist is a thorny one. Is it remaking, recreation, reconstruction, replication? Do all these words have separate and nuanced meanings for which we should be looking to establish a defined terminology? Textile conservator Dinah Eastock first raised this question to me in 2005, and that was based on the long practice of replication within textile conservation. And I've kind of been thinking about it ever since, but I understand Jane Malcolm Davies will be going far more deeply into the subject based on extensive research this afternoon. So I think the second related issue is getting people to think of what they do as theory for the non-specialist or even for the specialist. Theory can sound like an intimidating, arcane and sort of abstruse prospect, but anybody who comes to historic remaking has an idea in mind, a purpose that they're trying to find an end result for, and more frequently now, test a hypothesis, all of which is to do with theoretical thinking. But for all the millions of making people in the world, incredible craftspeople and artisans always working everywhere, and perhaps even more so in pre-industrial ages, very few have had the time, the leisure, the ability, the opportunity, or even perhaps the inclination to articulate what they know through the process of making. During apprenticeships, people are too busy learning to think about necessarily how and why they're learning. Perhaps remaking as an academic process is also more popular as an emergence of the 20th century, where people became increasingly enamoured of technology and divorced from production. So the highly expert makers who produced many of the extraordinary objects that we look at now spent time developing necessary skills, but may not even have been literate to write their knowledge down if they had the time for it. Now we have reconstructors along every possible combination of skills and experience willing to think about what they think about making and why their making is a form of thinking. But what we lose in that position is the expertise of time and ability contingent upon the environmental conditions which shape every single reconstruction. So for me personally, and this is an example of a wedding dress I made. So I reconstructed it from a photograph. There's no material remains for it. So I've been sewing since I was 6, And I went through a big period of being interested in dolls' houses between 10 and 13, where I'd obsessively sew tiny little things. I was making costumes for a long time. And by about really 1998, had realized that what I was doing was more history than costume. I was never going to be a costume designer and didn't want to be. And then I was really testing out ideas of historical process in the making. So if we say I've been reconstructing historic garments for about 25 years and sewing for more than a decade beyond that, this gives me a certain set of skills. And then I further hone those skills by consciously trying to imitate the skills and techniques of the past with equipment resembling that of the past. So now I can sew a 1/32 of an inch hem on linen, given the right linen, thread and needles. And I've also had the privilege and opportunities to study historic dress close up in order to see exactly how fine stitches on a muslin frill were, or how terrible the constructional seams in an 18th century sackback gown were, which puts my sewing and craftsperson ability at a certain level. And I also tinker around with all sorts of other materials, including sort of early modern apothecary. I like getting my hands on things. So this gives me a certain skill set. And hence the reconstruction of Jane Austen's Pelisse, on which I've done a lot of work. The one that I would sew is going to be different in ways ranging from very subtle to the extreme, from another researcher who might have a similar level of hand skills that I do, from a researcher who is uninterested in historic sewing but has couture hand sewing skills, or someone who's learned to sew very recently and only with a sewing machine. All of those are different skill sets. And I also know, because I've now reconstructed Jane Austen's Pelisse 4 times in different materials, that the Pelisse I'd make one day to the next is very different because of myriad uncontrollable environmental factors. And this is the social of social sciences, where the human is implicitly involved in the analysis and subjectivity is embodied. So I've been wondering if, as we establish more methodologies, guidelines, terminologies, and principles for remaking, whether we may adapt some version of the positionality which is starting to emerge, again from sociology, for scholars working on topics outside their cultural biases. So like a white scholar studying an antique Chinese robe, and including statements at the beginning of their research outputs explaining their biases, where they're coming from, and the position from which they're researching. So the short definition here, positionality is the occupation or adoption of a particular position in relation to others, usually with reference to issues of culture, ethnicity, or gender. But what could we also put a positionality for reconstruction about skills and experience? I've been sewing for this long, I'm used to this kind of sewing, or I have this other kind of knitting or crochet or textile art skills, and my intention in this reconstruction is to do X, Y, and Z, which ties into what I say in the article about the purpose of a reconstruction determining its final form. So reconstructions that harness the power of artisans with long-established hand skills or technical skills to help them realise various aspects of the reconstruction, like weaving a textile or knitting sample pieces, could declare their experience more formally here, so readers are able to judge the expertise levels accompanying the final product. Another issue is how we teach reconstruction. The apprenticeship system makes sense, and fantastic teaching schools like School of Historical Dress in London, which is continuing Janet Arnold's work and has her archive, Colonial Williamsburg in Virginia, are providing robust and growing education for interested reconstructors. But if the point of the reconstruction changes the form of the reconstruction, at a certain point it also changes the methodology of the reconstruction. How do we balance synthesizing all of these independently generated methodologies with general principles into guiding lights, while still giving people flexible guidelines to help them design approaches to the task at hand? And like any manual task, we all have our little quirks and tools and preferred ways of doing things, or information to gather about the object that seems most useful, necessary, or accurate. How do we record what we learn? how do we show someone else how to do it, and record the information needed for making a reconstruction. What are the ways we take patterns from an object and put them on paper, or document an extrapolation of an object that no longer exists? It's hard and tedious. Sometimes you just want to just do it, or time is against you and the documentation comes afterwards. So the kind of how we even pass on the skills of reconstruction, we kind of, it's another methodological issue. So in the article, I posit two main forms of reconstruction. The first is remaking from an object with a material presence that remains, whether that's whole or partial. The second is recreating an object that exists in a different depiction than the material. So such as a 16th century pattern from Taylor's pattern book, or anything in a painting, or a line in a text describing an outfit or a garment. And this picture here is a research project I did in 2004, kind of almost accidentally. I've written an article about this, but it's an intersection of a reconstructed historic object and a textile conservation toile. But is the field bigger than this? What is the spectrum from cosplay to replication? What role does intention play in remaking? Not all costuming is reconstruction, nor should it be. Not all remaking is necessarily experimentation. And these issues really arise when dealing with the change in knowledge sharing, hierarchies and authorities created by the rise of the internet from the 1990s and the proliferation of digital technologies, especially from the 2000s with the rise of the smartphone. So much of the popularity and interest in reconstruction has grown with the rise of the popularity of reenactment, live action role play, cosplay, the vintage scene and costuming communities, the rise of social media, and the way various communities interested in the making of historic dress from the most accurate to the loosest possible terms has been able to join together to swap information, share patterns and ideas and experiments and link them in new ways. We also have, sort of field of essentially commercial recreation to service these communities. And the pandemic especially emphasized virtual, digital, global access to information more broadly than previously, encouraging more people to share digitally and make knowledge accessible through online conference meetings, as we're still doing. I think this is a good thing, while also seeing more people take up needlework and craft in lockdowns. So does the internet offer the potentials of digital apprenticeships and digital knowledge sharing? I'll sort of also digress for a moment to sort of talk about some of the marvelous ways that digital has possibilities for reconstruction that we are still just beginning to explore. I think there's a lot we can be doing with photogrammetry, and this, thank you to Jane Malcolm Davies for this vision of a 16th century cap. Again, the technique of photogrammetry is used extensively in archaeology. The possibilities of 3D printing as reconstruction, and especially the, sort of a digital reconstruction through a digital garment reconstruction. So the release of the program Clo 3D more recently, and say the last 2 or 3 years, is really helping to use experimentation with pattern as form for kind of remaking in 3 dimensions, as this lovely animation by Amarit Kalmakurki from Finland as part of the large project going on there. The Sophie Pittman has written about this online, so I think this is quite an exciting development as well. So we've got all kinds of other ways of reconstructing also, and we've got so many more ways that people can connect to each other and share their work, which is fantastic. But in another one of these kind of balances that we find recreation, is there a danger that those who are more digitally literate will have voices that become more heard no matter the quality of the work? And I've deliberately put a couple of books here, the kind of books that are servicing, contributing to reconstruction culture, and especially reenactors communities, but are based on strong historical research and are available largely in book form, although what people do with them is often documented in blogs and other forms of digitally online. So if we have, hypothetically, an amazing reenactor in Sweden doing incredible tests of recreating Norse grave textiles, but they're too busy doing it to sort of write it up, but they might present at a conference or just kind of do it for a living history museum. And on the other hand, you have someone in, say, Midwestern America who wants to make a Regency costume. They love Bridgerton, they love Sanditon, and they're pulling that together, but they write a whole thing online. They do an Instagram account, they TikTok about their making. One of these people's work is going to have more of a digital record and get more attention, but it's not necessarily reconstruction work. And for some younger people, it doesn't exist if it's not on the internet, which makes me sound slightly like a grumpy old woman. But I'm finding that even at the postgraduate level, we do sometimes have trouble persuading students to look at the books. So I think we also are dealing with a slight problem that sometimes the idea that what is published in the past is automatically superseded instead of some works being incredibly useful and foundational and some being completely outdated and some having, cherry picking of both. So I'm thinking here of the number of students I've encountered who haven't read the work of Janet Arnold. And books like the work of the Cunningtons, very familiar to dress history researchers, some of their theoretical ideas about, the feminine spirit in the 19th century are not so useful now, but their actual empirical work on delineating and defining typologies is still really helpful. So I'm concerned that because of what the internet does and where social media goes, that visibility is perhaps being seen as equivalent to authority. And, sort of the issues about fake news and false information and falling down YouTube videos. How do we deal with that in the terms of sharing knowledge? Thus, what we have is a replication in digital terms of the problem affecting our poor unknown maker in the past. That if you're making really well, it's not necessarily your skill set to think about that in analytical terms and write it up, especially academically. I don't mean at all to say that people doing high-level artisanal work don't think about it, but perhaps they think about it in different ways and don't necessarily think about their thinking about it. And online, the process of apprenticeship, as it were, this sort of notion of how you learn to do something, often becomes the text itself instead of a text of mastery describing how and what was learned. And this format has long been a great way to get overviews of reenactors' historical experimentations. Some people have been reenacting for 30 or 40 years and have built up absolutely astounding bodies of knowledge that isn't necessarily published in any formal way. But they've been solving practical problems and building up evidence-based theories that are often shared within specific groups. And they're a great source for this kind of fantastic body knowledge or the body of knowledge, what it's like to wear things. And this kind of the long-term wear of reproductive costume and time as a factor. What happens when you have people wearing things every day or over an extended period of time, and how this kind of works within living history and how do we tap into that decades-long embodied knowledge. So I started out in medieval recreation, and I know how much amazing amateur research goes on out there as people work things out for their own benefit and often to solve very technical real world problems. And their predecessors in a particular time and place were also solving the problems. But I want to just kind of highlight a small issue from my own experience about how easy it is not to publish things. I was tinkering around with working out how to make a 14th century jonea, which is this long hanging overgarment here and here. And when I wanted to make one, I looked at what a whole lot of reconstructors had done online, the incredible generosity of sharing, this is what I tried, this is how I worked. I looked at a lot of pictures. I worked one out. I made it. It was a really economical cut. I could wear it while dancing with no fastening, and it didn't fall off. It completely fulfilled the processes of experimentation and outcome that I was looking for. And I wrote it all up. I had documented what I'd done. I'd made a digital pattern. I was ready to go with this. And then I deleted the files accidentally, completely. And I've been so upset about this that I have never gone back to my work and put online, this is how I think a Jornea is made. It's a small thing, but, you know, even me who's used to doing this and thinking about my thinking, it was that one small slip of the finger that now means I haven't published this, and what I know is not being made useful for other people. So, I mean, another issue about researching but not publishing, I was messing around with farthingales in 2003. I've got a long-standing interest in 16th century Spanish dress, and I made a reconstructed farthingale with the hoops on the outside based on what I was looking at in Spanish dress, and I just never quite got round to publishing it. And if I published that a long time ago, we maybe would have it would have helped other people's reconstructions of farthingales. And we've got to the point where we kind of all accept that that's how it's done. But I don't feel like I've done this work, but then I didn't make it available to other people. I didn't contribute to the knowledge sharing. So how do we share knowledge in ways, you know, the time that we share knowledge isn't necessarily the time at which we've got the knowledge. And there are people working out there who might have extremely extensive understanding of things, but it's sort of seen as discovered when it's published in a different form. So that kind of time is a factor there, and the contingency of how information gets out there is, I think, a huge issue, and how we can include the number of making voices that are out there in different ways. And to sort of turn to another issue, in the conclusion of the embodied turn, I touched on two things I had no space to develop there, but since it was published, I've grown to think it even more important. So I suggested that remaking was both a feminist and a decolonizing practice. And the act of engaging closely with and trying to reproduce a historic object gives weight, respect, and due care to the work of people who often have no other records of their creating selves. They're illiterate, or their histories were taken from them. Their ways of recording history through oral tradition could have been appropriated and denied as part of colonization. So reconstructing textile objects can help recognise the skills and cultural values they can contain in new, complex, and excitingly challenging ways. In the past, who was civilized and had a voice worth listening to was often coeval with who used words or dressed the right way, who could produce and interpret texts to standards expected by dominant society. If we change what is considered a text, then we change how we read and what we read in that text. Recreating dress, then, is a form of textual reconstruction, taking us line by line or stitch by stitch through the production and thinking processes of other people, often of whom nothing else remains. If sewing is a feminized realm, then the millions of hours and stitches done by millions of women who have no other record has often been overlooked or denigrated. They might have had no opportunity to write down, but they could express skill, love, care, engineering in a material object. So Karen Crocker reconstructed this dress based on one in the Wisconsin Historical Society, and she had these things to say about the what she discovered through reconstruction. So to examine this mid-19th century girl's dress, for example, is to think about the lives of the people who grew the cotton, who picked and spun it, who wove it, who sold it, who cut it, who sat down to sew it, who did the hemming and then the finishing, and where the threads came from, and how those skills were learned and how those skills were applied. I love this quote here about that it's even a mediocre seamstress could successfully complete this in less than a day. And reconstruction can recontextualize. So Sarah Woodyard's MA thesis work on Martha Washington's cap quote, brought forth bodily connections to 18th century makers, construction techniques of 18th century caps intended for the maintenance of clothing, and a sewing literacy perspective to read the skills of an enslaved seamstress working for Mrs. Washington, as attested in historic documents. So Cynthia E. Chin's work as part of the Materializing Race Project includes recovering the identities of Mount Vernon's enslaved seamstresses, underscoring their lives, labours, and the material products they created. So recreation can be a way of asking who made these clothes, how was this textile produced, and where did the power lie in that manufacture? The reconstruction of possum skin cloaks for Indigenous Australians is another form of remaking that is actively fighting against the loss of their history and heritage that was created by invasion/colonisation. So for tens of thousands of years, these possum skin coats were used, and there's only, I think, a few original examples in the world but based on those, Indigenous Australians are remaking possum skin cloaks, and there was the picture earlier about the enclosed cognition of people wearing them. And I've heard Indigenous people talk about the very powerful effect of what happened when they put on one of those possum skin cloaks for the first time, and they stood up straighter, and they felt connected with the power and heritage of their peoples in a very embodied way. So, you know, as Dr. Mariko Smith says, she's a Yuan woman and academic. So she makes possum skin cloaks, and she talks about the continuance of this practice within a broader global context of Indigenous cultural resurgence, and that it's a way of compensating by rebuilding knowledges on the processes for the loss in the community, helping them to reconnect with country through locating, accessing, and using natural resources. So as I kind of reach examples, I'm left with lots and lots of questions. How can we find more alternative ways to pull information on the skills and principle of reconstruction and remaking from people who do it, but don't necessarily talk about it? What ways can we do we need to look at ways to move past the academic paper or output? Or are academics there to translate, as they have in other fields, the knowledge of an expert into the form of academic inquiry? How do we find and connect with people whose expertise is known through word of mouth, not publication? How will the rise of the transmission of information via video affect dress reconstruction because of its ability to show, as someone said, what do I do when I go like this? And if one is both an academic and a maker, how do you cite your own authority besides the fantastically Dothraki, you know, it is known, or just, you know, science is knowledge from God? The technique of, we have the techniques of, say, autoethnography, which is quoted more in North American publications, but is it always possible? Autoethnography implies a sociological approach which has a beginning, a middle, and an end. How do you quantify something qualitative you've known since you were a teenager or for decades, or in an informal way without sitting there saying to yourself, I know this thing? Can we be articulate and notionally objective about our own subjectivity? How can we work more collaboratively with makers and artisans and find ways of getting that feel into people's fingers? But then how also do we record what someone else is feeling and what that motion is doing to them if we are indeed the outside observer, which brings us back round into the social sciences of ethnography and anthropology. And I'm sure many other people watching and participating in other ways have, you know, all sorts of other questions that have come up about the sort of larger potentialities of remaking. So and a question that's particularly dear to my heart as well, and that we'll be having a whole session on in this network, how do we record the information gained in reconstruction in forms useful to other people? what is the purpose of finding knowledge if we can't share it with other people who are also interested in that knowledge? We do need to publish to help those wanting to engage with this methodology and give them something to build on. And because if everybody is starting from scratch every time, we will have fewer giants to stand on the shoulder of and lose the benefits of iterative experimentation. How can we shortcut the teaching, the recording and analytical skills necessary without reducing the quality of work or making newcomers feel overwhelmed with the variety of skills needed? Is collaborative working the way to fill specific skills gap? But then even then, we need to know which skills are missing in order to compensate for them. So I will just end here on a kind of a quick summary of what recreating, reconstructing, remaking, or replicating dress does. And I think that these are, a beginning of the possibilities. It enhances our embodied cognition. It changes our perceptions and ways of seeing objects, which I talk more about in the article. It changes our bodily understanding. It accesses different knowledges. And I hope that as we continue, those new knowledges will be emerging that we can access to. It recognises broader skills. It gives new historical data. It helps interpret other sources. It makes knowledge accessible, makes implicit knowledge explicit, accessible and citable, and it values non-literate and minority histories. So I'm going to leave my kind of weaving in and out of more thoughts from the article there. My contact details are there if anyone would like to get in touch. And then I would love to hear questions, thoughts, challenges, discussion from this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hilary. I think that was the perfect beginning to this network, and I think you really summed up a lot of the questions that we're hoping to ask and a lot of the challenges that do really face this field. So that really was a perfect summary. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So if we have any questions from our online delegates, then please do pop them in the chat or the Q&A, and I think Sarah is going to feed them over to us. But to kick us off, are there any questions within the room? Should I use chair's privilege? Okay. So one of the questions that, so many questions that you really summed up beautifully on that slide. I think that was such a brilliant slide for showing the range of questions that I'm sure we won't answer with the network, but that we're going to continue to try to poke at. One of the ones that I think is really interesting is, as we talk more about terminology and about methodology, how important do you think it is that we start to delineate what different types of recreators, remakers do, and versus how much freedom and openness do you think we still need to allow in this, still, in spite of its long history, still burgeoning field?
I think that's a really interesting question. I think it's useful to have somewhere a generally agreed set of terminologies. I think it has been around for long enough that, and there's enough research in various ways that these words do mean different things. And to at least have somewhere what these words mean and what these approaches are, I think we do need to get to that point. How people interact and relate to that will then be their own choice. It's kind of, if it's there to draw on, then people have that knowledge there. And again, it's about providing resources for how that people can access that. The terminology is there. It's like, all right, generally we think this is what this means, would be incredibly useful, because it also it's much easier to react to something when it's set clearly. If everyone's like, well, I think it means this, I think it means this. If we kind of get to something approaching consensus, then people can form their own relationship with it and then build on that, is my feeling.
And we're the kind of field where we're all very nice to each other, I think. And if there is such a set of terms and methods, then we're all very open to somebody coming along and saying, well, actually, I think we should do this a bit differently. Why don't we try this? And there's flexibility.
Exactly. It's that history, you know, if history can also be experiment, it's open to revision. It can be changed. We can write it however we want to. It's
That's a very exciting way of thinking about it.
Where would such a set of terminologies and definitions fit? And what, like, physically, like, what does one have to do to make that happen? Because I have listened to what you just said for the last 45 minutes, and I wish I'd known that 2 years ago. I haven't found your paper, because when you're sitting on your own in your little room, you find a dozen papers out of the, you know,
exactly.
and when I get to the talk that I'm giving later, you'll find that a lot of the questions I'm answering, you've partially answered or answered more sophisticatedly already, because I haven't found. So how do we make it so that stuff is findable? Because
I totally agree. How do we make this accessible? Because fashion theory is not on the newsstands. How do we harness that power of digital, perhaps, to, you know, be sharing things with open access? How do we, but then, you know, we need to also be aware of the hierarchies of digital privilege. What are the ways that people get knowledge? How do we spread this in the widest possible way, so that, because this is a practice that encompasses a huge range of people, you know, academics outwards. So how do we, exactly, where do we put this? I think it's one
I just don't work specifically in dress, and so whilst I've looked at lots of different avenues trying to find things that are useful to me, I haven't obviously dived in the right rabbit hole, you know. I think that's something that we need to kind of really think about, is how to collect such knowledge into some sort of place where it can be found more easily.
I completely agree, and thank you for raising that. Julie?
This is sort of building on what you were just saying about developing a not bits, but sort of generally accepted set of terminologies and definitions and even methods. Do you have a vision, a sense of how that might come about as a source that someone could go look at, which might be bibliographies, that kind of handbook on who's creating that?
I think I'm going to some of these questions that I think Jamie will be addressing in her talk as well later on. So maybe we could park that one for the roundtable once we've heard Jane's perspectives on it, because I know she's done a lot of research into terminology. But I think that's a really, really important points to keep going with.
Hillary, I trained as a costume cutter at NIDA.
Oh, right, yes,
and obviously we go through Janet Arnold, Nora Moore, that's kind of the training method. Now I teach fashion at RMIT. It's really interesting that my fashion students are pulling these books out and wanting to use these kind of methods in a really contemporary kind of way. Are these students and kind of people part of this community, do you think, and how do you feel about that?
Well, I was teaching fashion history to costume mounted students at NIDA for the last few years. No, I absolutely think they are. And I think this is, you know, there is a scale, as I say, from sort of costuming and reconstruction. But I would think that those people should be part of it, because any knowledge that you gain from doing is useful knowledge, and depending on, as I think I say, intention is a really important part of it. So if a student wants to do like a really historically based project for fashion or for costuming, I think they absolutely should be part of that conversation, because it is making, it is learning through doing, and it's engaging with historical dress in a very embodied way. I absolutely think they
and I find it really fascinating, because they're really subverting a lot of the techniques as well, which I think that is kind of this idea of pushing these things forward and further, you know, like what can we find out what new things can we find out from these methods, I guess.
That's fantastic. I think that's wonderful. And again, perhaps it's a matter of how do they think about this? How do they record that? How do they conceptualize it themselves? That kind of research practice. In fact, I was having a conversation with a colleague in fashion design just the other day before I left, and he said to me, do you have any books on how, do you have any resources on how you take historic research and then you use it in the fashion sense, not just in the historic sense? And we looked and we realized there's nothing.
There's nothing.
There's all of this practice-based research that in the costuming, but it's not being used. Jane, do you want to?
I went to a really interesting talk by Zach Posen, where he said, oh, it's not very fashionable for fashion designers to admit that they're inspired by history.
But they all are.
And he said, I spent my internship at the Met, and I am only too happy to say everything you see on my catwalk, I have stolen it from history. So maybe we should ask Zach Posen to write it.
Right. That would be fine. And, you know, I wouldn't mind spending some time working in a room with that person. That would be fine.
I'm finding the same thing. My students have asked me similar questions. Where can I find information about this that kind of sits in a fashion context? And I cannot find anything.
Well, you'll be pleased to hear my colleague and I decided after about 15 minutes conversation, we need to write that article. So we and do that without exactly that kind of how do you take like good research that's going to be applied in a very practical sense into fashion or costuming and you know, using that rather than just from sort of the sociological or the historical perspective.
That's right. That's great because the two fields really merge and kind of talk to each other. You know, they really are one and the same in a way.
They're on that continuity.
100%.
And I think that also ties into a lot of like costume things as well of you know, people doing great things and sort of sources of information. There are fantastic people, like really, you know, accurate, interesting, well-researched things out there. So how do we filter that out for our students from the less, you know, accurate things out there? It's those kind of the hierarchies of digital knowledge as well
But it then still does come back to the same kind of set of critical thinking skills that we're trying to teach them students more broadly. So I wonder how much overlap there is there, and if similar kinds of techniques that we use for that kind of teaching can also be applied more broadly. I think Hannah had a question, and then we're going to go to some of the online questions.
Kind of looping back to the beginning. But I was thinking of Janet Arnold's costume book where she's listing all the results. I don't know what it's called. It's more
the handbook of costume.
Yeah. And I was thinking.
You said that's I think that's it.
Yeah. There's a need for something similar, and also you mentioned that you make all the articles that you're wearing
For the journal costume.
Right.
Yes. A list of selected articles from recent periodicals, and that comes out once a year, and it's a summary of everything that's been published, sort of more to do so with fashion studies, dress history, textile history, and divided up by time period.
Excellent.
And that they've been doing that for a long time, so there's one in every once a year.
I don't think we're also going to run out of things to publish in this field as well. Jobs are also employed. So I think we're going to turn to the online questions now. So we have one from Heather who says, what are your thoughts on what academics can do to assist craftspeople to translate their knowledge into an academic form, and vice versa? What can craftspeople do to invite curiosity of academics and sharing?
That's a really, really good question, Heather, and I don't think it's one I've got an easy answer to. I mean, I think that at the baseline, it's about collaboration. It's about talking to each other and finding ways to even make that connection, to know that two people are thinking about the same thing in different fields. And so that, in a sense, is where digital connectivity can help, because it's so much easier to email someone these days when someone says, oh, wait, so-and-so is working on this, you should get in touch with them. And I think it is about having conversations to be able to see what is most mutually beneficial to draw out and find ways to respect and share each other's knowledge and skill set. But I don't have an easy answer to that. I think it requires more work. I think Jane's got.
Look, one thing I would say is that I'm co-editor of the Archaeological Textiles Review, and we've gone out of our way to welcome and accept submissions by independent scholars. And a lot of those have been submissions from craftspeople. And, you know, that's
that's what we need to do. We need journals to be more open-minded about who appropriate authors are. And the archaeological textiles review is open access. You can just get it, download from the articles, and that's what we need, is more open publication by a wider variety of authors.
And that's so the Journal Fashion Studies as well does that, open access online publication, and very much solicits work from practitioners too. So maybe we need more forms that are open access, that recognise knowledge and authority comes from many forms of experience, not just academic credentials. And that, because I know that can also be off-putting for people who aren't in an academic background. It's sort of the structures and apparatus of the academy is strange and weird and arcane, even for those of us who are in there sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, to advertise a future part of the network, we are planning on having a mentorship scheme, which is two-way, which is for makers to talk to academics and for academics to talk to makers to have exactly those discussions. And we'll be launching that a little bit later in the network. So do, in the room and virtually, keep an eye out for that. I think we have time for another couple of questions if those in the room are happy to wait for their tea for a little bit longer. So we have a question from Sophia, who says, thank you so much for the talk, it's fascinating. What are your thoughts on using publication formats from STEM fields and conservation as output formats for experimental history? As you discussed, researchers in physical sciences regularly engage with similar methodologies, recording physical processes for experimental knowledge building and collaborating, publishing with multiple authors.
Absolutely. As someone who publishes archaeological reports, I am all for information being published in any form. I mean, there is a journal of experimental archaeology. In a sense, I think the formats of, say, conservation and STEM-based work gives more of a structure to outlining the experiment, for want of a better word, the experiment, its processes and its outcomes. So I think that's fantastic, and in some senses can be slightly clearer because it's very structured and outlined with, the introduction, methodology and conclusions. So yeah, I think that's great. More of that, please.
Yeah, and I think that this is the perfect field for having those kinds of more experimental ways of interpreting and writing about our experiences. So another online question, which might be our last one unless we have some in the chat, which is from Kirby, and they say, a lot of historical reconstruction work in dress history focuses on historical dressmaking techniques and what we can learn from trying to simulate these processes and from the process of doing it. But I'd love to know your thoughts on the value of reconstructed garments as a final product. For example, what can garments that are reconstructed without using those historical techniques still contribute?
Well, that's a very good question. And I think then again, we're back to the point of the reconstruction. If a garment has been reconstructed without historical dressmaking techniques and it is a reconstruction, why has it been reconstructed? And sometimes that can be for what it does to the body, what it feels like to wear it, where if a seam is machine sewn or hand sewn doesn't necessarily make a material difference to that bodily experience of wearing. Or it could be about wear patterns on the fabric, or how things fall, or how things age. So there is absolutely value in it, but again, it comes down to, why is this being reconstructed? What thing is being tested with this particular material experiment? And then that will sort of determine what the value of that reconstruction is. But generally, I find it's wearing and body knowledge.
And that's another really interesting point with the point you're making in the presentation about positionality, is that if that wearing is part of what your experiment is, then your bodily experience of having previously worn these types of garments and there's lots of extra places where those ideas, I think, still slot in other important ways.
I just have one question. I'm getting a slightly different chat around the subject.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why. But I have one question from the chat, which I think is probably a good, maybe quick question to end on.
Yeah.
So it's from Amelia. She said, academic publishing and accessible information online is such odds. Do you think there is a way for academics to join the discourse online without it being exploitative of their work?
Well, I think there is, but again, it's about time and possibility. What structures are there for people to publish informally online? Because, most academics are overworked and don't necessarily feel like putting their thoughts up on a page. Some people do it, some people don't. Some people get support from their university to do that. And sometimes it's as much as, do you have access to a page on which to do this of some form? Some universities will have kind of, quite elaborate staff research pages where you can put links to things. Some, take a year to update the fact somebody's changed position. So again, it's, I think it's unfortunately a matter of individual time, access, and skills on how they do it. I love academic blogs and personal writing because it's often a great kind of like work in progress thing. This is what I'm thinking about, but it's not kind of formally done. But again, how do we ensure academics have the time and the space and the place to do that? And I think that's sort of a larger structural issue as well.
Yeah. Well, on that note, shall we break for some tea? I know that there's still, I think, quite a lot of questions in the chat, but for those of you that didn't get your questions answered, Hilary will be back in the speaking seat when we have the round table later on. So
I'll make sure I read them all.
Yeah, yes, and we'll pass them on as well. So for those of you that are here virtually, feel free to go and have a comfort break. We'll be back at 11:30 with the first panel. And for those of you in the room, we still have tea and pastries outside.
Awesome. Thank you everyone for joining us for our first sort of lightning talks session. So I'm going to move out of the way and let Hannah. Yeah. You should just be able to quickly. I'll just introduce. So thank you for joining us. We've got Hannah Rowe. So Hannah is a senior lecturer in contextual studies in the School of Design at the University of Lincoln. So originally trained in made-to-measure women's wear, her current research explores the making, production and education of bespoke dressmaking practices in both domestic and couture settings. The current focus on British couturier Isabel Nathan. So her paper today is entitled Maker First, Reflections on My Research Toolkit. Thank you.
Thank you. And what an active panel, Hilary. I think there'll be a lot of resonance between what I'm say and that connects with and that idea of finding my own way and finding my path when actually there's lots of us moving it. So here we go. Okay, so this has been a real opportunity for me to go back and think about my journey really, and how it's emerged, changed, and how I've utilised remaking methodologies as part of my research practice today. So I'm sure this will resonate with many here. I've made things from being a child. I have vivid memories aged around 10 of having bought fabric from David's market stall here in Leicester in the 90s. And I bought it that morning and I lay on the floor and I was drawn round to make the pattern and I wore it to our party that same afternoon. And I finally found the picture, but it was too late to cut the slab. And in my 20s, I drove a Morris Minor. I wore 1930s dresses, which I'd made or found. I've always been interested in clothes and fashion and how and who made these garments. Trained as a pattern cutter in made-to-measure womenswear, I completed a 4-year City and Guilds course in handcraft fashion. Luckily for me, unlike in 1931, when in my research, I ended up studying a dressmaker and she had her aunt's exam papers which she'd taken. But there was no written exam. It was a very practical course and a deep dive into every aspect of making and pattern cutting of bespoke patterns. The understanding of physical materiality and the tacit experiences through making and remaking have both shaped the subject of my research and how I engage with it. I'm a 3D person. I like the tangible. I like material objects. I have employed remaking practices throughout my research career. I've built my dress history research toolkit outwards, with making and remaking at its core. Like the painters' apprenticeships of old who reproduce their master's work to learn, this is how I learnt some of the complexities of pattern cutting, remaking from garments, illustrations and photographs, making to understand. Beyond this, my practice has evolved to utilise archives and more traditional historical sources and methodologies which inform my research. I am acutely interested in how clothes fit the body and how historical garments reflect the shape of the people they were made for and the hand that made them. How these skills were taught and learnt and the agency they offered is in the forefront of my mind. There is a power of being able to make clothes and wear them that fit. My research explores the making, production and education of bespoke dressmaking practices. We've just said that in my introduction. Recovering lost and hidden and overlooked women contributors in the development of early and mid-20th century pattern cutting and couture fashion practices. It's taken me a lot of years to connect my work and understand its purpose. With every project I've undertaken here, but here are a few slides. I studied at Nottingham Trent University later on as a postgraduate certificate in creative cutting in 2010, followed by an MA by a research project, through which I explored pattern cutting and remaking practices. I collected historical pattern cutting texts and I started with a close practical study of this book here, Dress Design. It's Hill House in Mansfield's 1948 technical instruction book. My memories of this time are of trial and error, of remaking and making again, and often making again. This was the start of me documenting my process and having that thought involved in my practice, which continues today, mainly through photography, sampling and note-taking. Heavily influenced by Janet Arnold's work, for my final MA project, I remade a 1958 Shackheim dress, worn as a wedding dress from Leicestershire costume collection. Presented as a book, which includes a close analysis of the dress, pattern cutting instructions, alongside a broad essay on Shackheim and the development of off-the-peg couture in the 1950s. I thought the book finally have an outing now all these years, so if anybody'd like to have a look later, please do. Presented as a book, this project was completed with a collaboration with the photographer Jacinta de Bruno, which explored the creation of the 1950s fashion image through a fashion shoot using an NP large format 1953 camera. Using original technical equipment reflected my motivations in understanding how technologies have shaped fashion and the fashion image. I've worked with museum collections, such as the Symington corset collection held here in Leicestershire, alongside making a series of contemporary corsets adapted from archival patterns. I created a how-to guide to this 1890s corset pattern, which was later sold with the accompanying pattern. There have been multiple motivations for remaking, which have changed along my journey, one being to recreate patterns as an educational source. I think of my research toolkit as a prism with multiple sides, each approach offering a different way to look closely, to explore and to understand garments and their histories. There is a depth of understanding I gain from slow reading of objects, and the natural extension for me is remaking. There is a puzzle of how it was made, how to understand the materials, which are often not comparable of those made today. This is a slow process, a slow looking, a close observation which moves to remaking to understand. Often the quiet stitching time gives me time to think about my work. Joining the fashion department at the University of Lincoln in 2015, I wanted to be a researcher, but I was unsure of how my practice sat within the academic institution. Looking around, what was understood as history was objectivity, archives, words, documents, and which I find challenging and I grappled with. At the start, I felt unconfident about my place within academia. However, no historical investigation is without human hand or bias. I'm aware of my hand in the decision as I make within my remade garments, this reflective process and my subjectivity within my practice, the questions I am able to explore, I see now as a strength within my inquiry. The study of pattern cutting and technical instruction books has been central to the theme of my research. Here is a sample made from Flora Clickman's Needlework Economies, published in 1919 as a First World War Make, Do and Mend book. The remaking of this motoring jacket, which had an outer layer of and was lined with silk, was mounted on an internal layer which she reused old leather gloves. The remaking of this design exposed that there was it was a more of a tokenistic offering to economy, as it used 9 pairs of gloves. This enabled insights into class, economy and remaking practices within the First World War. This article is open access if anybody would like to read it. All of this work involves interpretation, and my work was once at a conference referred to as interpretive history, which sits well for me. My current research is into British couture house Isabel, which left little material culture, posing the question, do we need physical garments to understand a designer? What is unusual with Madame Isabel is she harnessed the power of the photographic image within advertising from the early 1920s. As such, there was a large image archive to explore. My current project is remaking this paper pattern Madame Isabel published in the Sunday Pictorial in 1932. It's a work in progress, sadly, mainly due to the school holidays, but didn't quite get as far as I'd hoped to for today. The connection of myself as a maker is central within remaking practice. However, it exposes tensions between objectivity and subjectivity within the historical research methodologies. These remaking practices can and do extend dress history research and offer a nuanced understanding of garments, making practices that complement and build on traditional historical methodologies. Next one.
Great, thank you so much. We're going to reserve questions till the end, so we'll grab our speakers at the end to sort of make this a bit more streamlined process. So, Eleanor Gilchrist is our next presenter. You should just be able to go to the next. Do you have a presentation?
Yeah.
Yes, you should just. But okay. So Eleanor came to Australia about research in history via a background in mathematics and science communication and a love of and curiosity about young crafts. She's a PhD candidate at Newcastle University with the research topic, the development of crochet in Britain's industrial century, gender, craft and business. So her presentation today is entitled How to Crochet Like It's 1837. Educated guesses and trial and error as a research method. Thank you.
Thank you. So today I'm specifically going to talk about a single object and the theory and practice that have helped me to make sense of it and to learn something about the person who made it and the context in which it was made. I don't have a background in history, so when I started my studies, I naively assumed that looking at objects would be the thing to do, and rapidly established that that isn't the thing to do in the proper history. So I went looking for places where I could look at objects and looked at scholarship from archaeology, from art history, from history of science, and pieced together what I found to give myself permission to look at objects and to use making as a way of looking at those objects. So Jane was one of the first scholars I found who was working with non-woven textiles. And the first idea that I want to kind of link to today is the idea of the power of description and about how if you use procedural language, doing words in describing an object, you're actually making assumptions about the technique the object was made by. And so you should try and avoid that and describe what you can see and then potentially make a pattern from what you can see if you want to then go on to make the object. The second idea comes from Pamela Smith and the Making and Knowing project, and that's the idea of material literacy. So in order to understand historical tools and techniques and materials, you need a literacy in those tools and techniques and materials. And because embodied knowledge is so hard to write down, even if you do write it down, it cannot be complete, and some of the knowing is in the doing. And then the third idea comes from the Nordic scholarship of craft sciences, and that's the idea that the object is not necessarily the object, and so it's not the thing you're making that is the point of making, it's the things you learn along the way. And those three ideas gave me permission to study objects and permission to use making as a method to study those objects, with the caveat that the way I do it might not be the right way or the only way, and I'm a modern person with modern techniques and modern tools and a modern mind. So I started with the problem of description, and based on Jane's work on knitting, I constructed a lexicon and recording protocol for crochet, with the aim to be able to describe things in a clear, concise, unambiguous and well-defined way. It's very much a work in progress, but I've tested it on some objects, including the one that I want to talk to you about today. So this is a chemise in the collection of the Bowes Museum. And what I'm interested in is the trim on the sleeves, which is made of crochet. Unusually, the object has written in the bottom corner, number 13, Whalley, 1837. And the assumption is that it was made in 1837, and there's nothing to suggest it wasn't. So we're going to go with it for now. And 1837 is interesting because it's slightly before the first pattern books and instruction manuals about crochet began to be published in English. I started looking at this object in COVID, so I had photographs, and I immediately encountered a problem with using my recording protocol. I couldn't record what I could see because I didn't know what it was I was seeing. I didn't understand the structure of the object. It's made of a structure I'd never seen before. So I rapidly realised that looking was not enough. So I started to draw. I find drawing helps me to look. And I used several iterations of trial and error to try and draw the structure that I could see. I then hypothesized a technique that would make the structure that I thought I could see, and did some trial and error making using experimentation and invention to make something that had the same structure as what I was looking at. And I used my experience in crochet to make educated guesses about what I could see. It turns out that the structure is a combination of chains and slip stitches, which are unusual because they're joined at the back in the bump or the third loop of the crochet stitch. This is unusual not just because it's not in a modern method that you would normally use. It's also not in any of those early pattern books and manuals. Eventually, I was able to visit the museum and confirm that the structure that I had hypothesized matched the object, although obviously I can't confirm that the technique that I had come up with was the one that was originally used. The next thing I did was to try and make the object in approximately the correct scale. Up till then, my experiments have been using a 4mm crochet hook and a double knitting weight yarn. I haven't identified a modern equivalent substitute yarn that is completely satisfactory. I used crochet cotton, which has far too much twist and has made a fabric that is far too stiff and lacks drape. And I used tambour hook because they were widely available before the rise in popularity of crochet. Obviously, I don't know that it was a tambour hook that was used. And my experience really supported Smith's ideas about the need for literacy in tools and materials. The tiny tambour hook was very hard to manipulate and very different from working with a 4mm crochet hook. In order to join the stitches at the back, as they are in this object, I needed to rethink how to hold the work. And I felt to some extent that I was once again a beginner. And even with blocking, although the structure is technically the same, I haven't achieved the same geometric evenness as in the original object, so more work is needed. Both the task of examining the original and attempting the reconstruction of a portion of it has given me additional insights, though, over and above the structure. The object is not the object. I learned something about the person who made this object and about the conditions under which it was made. So this is the image I put on my first slide. And what I learned was this is wildly unrealistic. You can't make an object like this by candlelight in a darkened room. This is me making this object. And you can see my glasses and my magnifying glass and my desk lamp. And what you can't see out of the shot is the massive window that's in front of my desk. This is my 4mm hook reconstruction. It's quite big and chunky. This is approximately the correct scale. It's not exactly the correct scale, but it's approximately the correct scale. So what I learned is that in order to crochet something to this scale, you need really good light, you need big windows, or you need, like Lydia, to be crocheting in the garden. And the other thing I learned is you need to have good eyesight or access to visual correction or magnification technology. So I suspect that the original maker was quite young. So that's what I learned from trying to crochet like it's 1837. Thank you.
Amazing, thank you. And yeah, we have now time for your questions. Half an hour for questions. So we will take questions from the room first, and then we will go to, should I go to here? Because I think I can't see all the questions.
I can see the questions.
Oh, you can see them all?
Or can we repeat any room questions because they couldn't hear?
Oh, okay, cool, great. Yeah, we can do that. So we'll take questions from the room first, and then I might just repeat loudly for the audience online. Hillary.
All right, I'll try and speak loudly, but Sarah will repeat. This is a question for Eleanor. I have a student who is doing a master's thesis at the moment on 19th century crochet and wants to do reconstruction. And one of the things that she's found is that there's just not a historiography of crochet. And I wonder, especially since you're working on such an early piece, you demonstrated beautifully how you worked from the object outwards, but I wondered if you could also speak about the difficulties of researching a technique that is not so much written about then, and how you did contextual research given this big absence and how your work might be helping to fill that.
Okay, so the reason I am doing this PhD is I tried to find out about the history of crochet and discovered that it doesn't, with a few exceptions, that it doesn't exist. And when I went looking for objects, I trawled museum catalogues, and only in the UK, but I trawled museum catalogues and I found loads of them that had lovely pictures of beautiful pieces of crochet saying crochet thing, 19th century, dated from the fact that crochet was popular in the 19th century. And I have had to whittle that down. I've got a list of, I don't know, tens, less than 50 objects to go back to look at in more detail, one of which is this one. I was specifically wanting objects that were pre-1850 because that's the period that you have to draw lines around your research. That's my line. Yes, finding objects is very difficult. I have also spent quite a lot of time looking at the earliest crochet books and pattern books and manuals and chapters in knitting manuals and all that sort of thing. And that's something that I'm actually currently, that's what I'm working on in the end. So Jane, do you want to?
I just wanted to mention to the important sources, which you may be aware, both from Sweden and France were in textile history, which is a long overdue
Yeah,
history, which also, and his blog,
yeah,
which looks at the role of the shepherd's hook versus the
Yeah.
shepherd's hook, which I think, you know, what you showed, that's a really useful contribution to that discussion about the tools
yeah.
in crochet, but also Hannah Beckstrom.
Yeah, we've got Hannah's, so I have Hannah's beautiful dissertation, which I am reading with the help of Google Translate on my phone, one page at a time, painstakingly, because it's so useful, but it's in Swedish.
But what's really useful about her PhD is it demonstrates how much more widely these manuals were available in German. And they were being used in England in German, there's no question.
Yeah, yeah.
So we can push it a bit further.
Yeah, yeah.
But like Laura sort of said, you know, it's a very, very useful demonstration of how looking at the objects and trying to reconstruct the objects really helps to bring the other sources when they are so few together in a really concrete way.
Absolutely, and objects is one of my strands, and the manuals and pattern books is another strand. And because I've had to concentrate on the UK again as a way of, you've got to fit this thing into 3 years. Hannah's work has been amazingly important at sort of informing that, and also Carrie's work. But when I went looking for published research, because I was interested in the history of crochet before I ever thought about going into academia, was before both of those things were published, if you see what I mean. So I came at it going, well, there isn't anybody doing this. I wonder if I can do it. And then as I started the process of looking for somebody who could supervise me, Carrie started published. I found his blog quite close to the beginning, and then I think it was you that put me on to Hannah's work, and it took me a long time to track Hannah down. I think you eventually provided the link, and we had an email conversation, and she was like, I'll just post you my dissertation. But I would absolutely, your student who's interested in doing this, I would very much like to be put in touch with them if that's possible, because there's so few of us that we've got to hold on to each other for dear.
And what you were doing with testing the stitches and things, that's so useful in coming to that.
So there's another object that I also have tried making, also again first at a bigger scale, which is in the Tyne and Weir Museum's collection, which again is just, I looked at it and went, it's clearly crochet, but not as we know it. And again, I had to make it to figure out what was going on, whether what I thought was going on was what was going on. And I have, my plan is that there's amongst the kind of plethora of patterns I'm looking at pattern books in the 1840s. And amongst those, I'm sort of picking out ones that eventually I can't make them all, but there's some that I'm like, I don't know. Sometimes I can read it and go, yeah, that pattern makes that thing. Some of them I can read and go, no, there's no way that pattern makes that thing. Some of them I just don't know. And so I'm making a list of those. I'm going to have to pick and choose, and I'm going to try making some of them, but I'm not quite that far along yet.
There's another person we should put you in touch with if you're not already. She's a really good example of what you were talking about, Hilary. Somebody who's a maker and has had a lifelong experience, but has never really published. She did do a very good article with Carrie last year in the Archaeological Textiles Review, and that's Anne-Marie Decker.
So I've looked her up several times, and this person must be somebody I can find. And you said she doesn't really publish, and I got that article, but again, that's somebody who I'm like, I don't know how to. But yeah, if you have connections, I would love it.
If you guys can please.
Yeah. But thank you so much.
Do we have any other questions in the room for speakers? Or maybe while people are thinking of one, I'm sure there's some in the chat.
There are. So we have a question from Ingrid, who says there were several examples of small paper toiles shown throughout the papers. Could you please discuss this aspect of the remaking? What did you learn from this particular step?
I find it really useful to do things to try and think that, I guess, and you're not committing to it.
Yeah,
And I find papers a really good way to do that. So it's like a puzzle.
absolutely.
Just find shapes and things. And then I go into materials after I've got an idea of what.
Yeah, I mean, for costume, I use third scales first, and that in the third scale, not always make it three-dimensionally, but just to do that first work, you know, where do elements sit, where fastenings fall. Yeah.
It was really interesting for me watching Sarah work with the paper patterns and trying to replicate it again in a new skill set to see how that could translate what you see in front of you, not in a flat object because they're never quite flat, particularly at the moment, but that shape and then how it changes the way it sits, particularly with the ones that Sarah made the 18th century maternity stage, that slightly unusual piece of the side that I haven't quite twigged would actually change the way that it would sit when it was expanded. And so it kind of helped me think through what that meant in the original object and how we would then translate that and keep that element when putting it onto the one that you made, which I thought was something that came really valuably from the paper pattern that we could then see through the real making without having to get to that stage first.
Yeah, I mean, for me, because I was reverse engineering garments and breaking down a garment that I actually haven't even seen in person, I was relying on Katrina, then looking at multiple pictures, and I'm like, okay, trying to visualize it as a pattern, so then making a pattern, and then that's just a way of testing the pattern. I mean, like, oh, okay, those pieces don't. I mean, luckily with something like stays, is because they're so structured, paper actually does sort of work well anyway. That it's not, you know, they're not a drapery type of garment. And yet it was really just tweaking the patterns to like, okay, this piece does work. No, that doesn't really work. Okay, I've got to go back and like redraft the pattern, look again at all the photographs and Katrina's notes and be like, okay, what's going on here? So yeah, that's why I found it really valuable is, well, I guess it's, yeah, a way of like refining your pattern more and more before you have to commit to the large scale.
And we have
Can I just start something? There's another technique that Nina Recoilo and I use, which I learned from archaeological science, and she, I think when we were in Canada, when the conservator showed us, not to use acetate that you lay over the garment and do a literal tracing of it, and that then gives you a much more accurate map of where all the seams and the stitches and the bindings are when you then go to make the paper pattern.
That's exactly how I work when I work with an original garment. Exactly that process. Yeah, it works perfectly.
good tip. So we have a question from Kat. So Kat has a question for Sarah and Katrina, and that is this aspect of altering a reconstruction to fit a modern body, or whether to replicate alterations in an original. How does this change the perspective of the reconstruction? Do you think it could affect the positioning of reconstruction in this idea of reconstruction as systematic, scientific, adjacent methodology? Yes.
Yeah, I have done multiple types of reconstructions before, some where I was just, well, I wouldn't call it replication because I wasn't necessarily using exactly the same materials as the original, but constructing, so the ones I did for my book Shaping Femininity, a lot of those were, I reconstructed them to the exact shape and size of the original garments and then kind of found bodies that would fit them, which in itself was a really interesting way to go about it, because it actually made me learn more about the bodies that had to fit into the garments. Because I literally had to find people who would fit into them, and then you put them on someone and be like, oh, okay, I think the original owner was had a much longer torso than you do, because clearly it's not really fitting well in these particular places. Whereas, yeah, with these ones, because we wanted to be able to, I mean, a part of the process was that, okay, women are managing, their pregnant bodies. They've got to dress those pregnant bodies, and particularly for the 18th century maternity stays, this isn't the only example of a pair of stays with these types of functionalities for pregnancies. Although these ones were particularly interesting because they actually fully detach at the sides. Whereas a lot of the examples that you see in museums and that people have reconstructed from Jill Salen's Corset's book, they actually attach it at the top. And the French, like Diderot, for example, talks about how and Garceau talk about maternity stays and how you should leave that bit at the top attached, because it makes it easier to put on and it doesn't get twisted. In this example, obviously, it wasn't attached at the top, and there was no sign of alteration that it had originally been attached to the top. So that's how it was designed to be made. But one of the reasons why we also wanted to scale it up was, okay, clearly there are multiple examples of people using these particular design features for maternity garments. So in theory, even if we are scaling it up for my body shape, it should still work because all these garments are so different. So I don't really know what that says about reconstruction. As I said, we sort of got to the end of the process and we were thinking about different things and we're like, how do we actually describe what we are doing?
Yeah, I think it sits back to the point that was made earlier about having that really clear intention of what it is that you're doing and what it is that you're looking to recreate. And that is probably an area where we have different perspectives between the two of us, because I'm not so much interested for the great unanswered question about whether these were used by us and others, which is what I was looking to find out. I didn't really like having it reconstructed before that use wasn't what I was interested in. I was in that relationship between the body and the wearer, and whether these alterations were done for that purpose, whether they could be used for that purpose, whether it was practical for them to be used for that purpose. And so that's kind of what I was looking at. And because that was about the experience of wearing it, we put it on the body, but that means that it's not a reconstruction of that garment. It's a sort of response in some way prompted. It's a material response prompted by the material facts of the garments that then sort of twisted itself around to confusion.
I just want to also clarify that that is experimentation. What you're saying about the creativity and the play, I sort of glossed over it briefly because I did publish this in the embodied term. But again, the definitions of science have become more kind of strict and narrow. So has experiment. When you go back to the notion of experiment, it encompasses feeling and suffering and trying on the body and playing around. And I feel that if we can kind of, this is why I like using experimental, because it does, what you were saying is like, well, I'm not sure if it's an experiment. I think we've narrowed what an experiment is, and that we can use history, go back into historical notions of experiment to work into historical.
Well, I think we ended up calling past investigations because we did start as an experiment, but then we were like, okay, like is this actually experimental? This actually ended up being quite creative, which, we're probably putting up this false dichotomy, as you're saying, between, creativity and experimentation, when in one they're all the same thing. But, in terms of scientific experiments.
Exactly, and the words that are already in our heads, like the feelings that we have associated with what we feel. To me, is really important. Investigation is a great way to phrase it as well.
So I guess we were trying to use that term to sort of throw off the baggage, maybe that comes with the experiment.
Well, and also there were experiments that we could have done in a similar question. Like I could run up 3 different versions and try different methods of inserting windows, and they do that if I did with a million hours every time. But that's different. Oh, no, the other thing that, and I know we're rambling on this question for some time, which we did promise not to do, but the idea that boggling question, really focusing on it, and it came out of my material studies kind of research thing as well, is that it comes down to the fact that, without being too personal about it, as an elder pregnant woman without children, can we understand that bodily experience? Should we stop looking at it before we have children, or is that kind of self-obsessed to think that's about yourself? And does it come to a kind of bodily essentialism that might itself be problematic? I don't know. There are unanswered questions and things today.
To just reply to what you said there, this is an example of what Hilary discussed earlier about things that don't get published. So when I was running the costumes interpretation team at the Historic Royal Palaces, I had at least 3 members of staff who actually were pregnant, who actually wore stays that we made for them for the 1540s, in the 1690s, and in the 1740s. They were really pregnant, they really had children. One of them had 2 children during the time she worked for me. And, we did exactly what you're saying you want to know. So I have these members of staff who wore those costumes as 5 days a week clothing, workwear. And the stage war, the way that the clothing needed to be altered once they had the children. You know, we've got that evidence, if you like, from reconstructions, which, okay, we learned more about how to make reconstructions since those days. But I wish maybe you'd been braver and said, well, we should publish this. You know, we'll have experiments. We should have a scientific about it. And none of those children were deformed. You know, show the picture of me and the pilot. You know, we dressed her for both her pregnancies, right up to literally the week before her first child was born, as part of a dressing demonstration. And neither of her children were harmed.
Well, this is where we found online, you know, people in the reenactment, you know, which we have cited and we're engaging with their work because, you know, I basically take, you know, I'm an academic, but I'm also in that space as well. I consider their work to be just as valuable as anything that we're doing. So I know, for example, Amber Meadenhall-Welsh has talked about her experience of making a very similar pair of stays. And so we were, you know, we haven't got the experience of wearing pregnant, but we have been able to simulate what a pregnant form and then sort of look at Amber's experience and sort of see if there's correlations between what she's saying, what we're saying. But yeah, that sort of does speak, I guess that's the next question. Where are the sort of the boundaries of speaking to an experience that you may not have?
Yeah, because I've not got children. So my experience has been managing the process of dressing people in appropriate clothing when they are expecting children. And I have a duty of care as their employer, but I wasn't going to provide them with clothing. Sarah Oyer, who was dressed for the 1690s, actually fell down 2 flights of stairs when she was expecting her child in her 1690s clothing. And it was because she was wearing leather shoes on a slippery staircase. And that, frankly, was one of the scariest experiences of my life as a manager of watching interpreters. I'm glad to say she was not harmed, and I was fine.
I think it also gets to the valuing of types of knowledge, which is that we've got this experience. Surely that should be valued as opposed to the very rare academic texts in the nursing studies that say, oh, well, because it wasn't really done for posh women to be seen breastfeeding, therefore these can't possibly be for it. Well, hang on a minute. We've got lived experience that says it can be done. We've got, you could sort of see on that image, there are some stains on the inside that really persuade me that without actually testing it, those were definitely used breastfeeding. Why is that knowledge not valued the same way as a kind of, oh, well, this text on breastfeeding written in 1975 says that it wasn't done, which has been taken as the reason to treat it with skepticism. We have one remaining question. Continuing discussion was absolutely very welcome. So this question was for one speaker, but I'm going to open it up to everybody, which is essentially the why. Why did you come to your particular reconstruction project? What made you want to do the particular recreations that you have done, and what were you hoping to learn from them?
I had an interesting conversation with my supervisor a few months ago. She is an excellent historian, but not a textile historian. And she's very much works with archives and documents only. And she said, sort of slightly out of left field, do you think you could do this PhD if you couldn't crochet? And I said, I think I could do a version of it. I don't think it would be the same PhD. And I think what my ability to play with making brings is a different way of looking. It's not the only way of looking, but I think for me, I find that looking with my hands is a really important way of me understanding things. And that's why I want to make some of the patterns I'm reading, and why I want to recreate portions of some of the stitches that I'm looking at, especially if I can't look at it and go, oh yes, that's double crochet in the back loop. If I can't immediately say, well, I recognise that, I want to know what it is. It's like, why would I not want to know what it is? So that I think that's why I want to use making is because it helps me to learn things.
Similarly, I think originally I started remaking because I was really obsessed with the lost skills within these garments and the finishes and the techniques and the pattern cutting nuances that were not in contemporary garments through the kind of like manufactured loaded and simplified these. And I felt I was almost, my training, those courses shut down about 3 years after I finished. So I felt like I was one of the last people. At the time, I came out of this made to measure world at college, having had a great time for 4 years, but to no job, like to no industry, it didn't exist. I was skilled for something that wasn't anymore almost, and that necessity to find and save almost these skills and document them, and that's kind of what was my motivation. I think it has slightly changed over time, but initially that lost, things being lost. And they're so beautifully made. Do you know what I mean? These dresses are so beautifully made, and they were mass produced. Do you know what I mean? These were not. So I wonder, and we go back to slow. You know, it comes around, and I definitely connect very much. The purpose of my work is to have clothes that people are more connected with, that they know about. Do you know what I mean? And that they value, and therefore keep, and therefore we don't end up with this mass connection.
Yeah, well, for me, I've spent like 20 years recreating all like vast periods of clothing for film and theatre. And I guess now, and for haute couture and fashion. So I've always been asked to recreate clothing throughout history. And I kind of am using my PhD as a way of kind of unpacking what I've been doing and also pushing it into a new space that can be shared with people who kind of aren't in a network like this, that kind of you can use starting to kind of illuminate that things that we're seeing all the time out there have references from history. And I think that's really important. But I also think, yeah, and I guess kind of like what Hilary is saying is like a way of kind of talking about or like disseminating what's happening within these numbers. Yeah, I think that's, yeah. It's true.
Sounded like fun. Yeah. Genuinely, something I haven't tried. I had an excellent teacher on hand, and I could persuade her to come visit me in Sydney to do it, which was a lot of fun. And yeah, to try something new for a topic that I, you know, as you get to the end of a thesis, you're a little bit sick of it, you know, and you've kind of let it. And I have certainly let it lie on myself and not done anything with it. So I sort of wanted to see if a new method could reinvigorate questions, could open up new lenses, and yeah, take advantage of time to experiment with a new form of experimentation.
Oh, me. Well, this project or in general? No. So I, unlike some people on the panel, I come from I'm like trained as a traditional historian. So I did my PhD at University of Sydney, and even there I was sort of known as like the underwear girl because, you know, the fact that I could be looking at foundation garments with a PhD thesis was like unheard of to people who, you know, a lot of people in my department didn't even do any type of visual like research, let alone like material or object based. So yeah, I just had a lot of questions that I felt that these sort of more traditional ways of sources that as a historian you were trained in just couldn't answer. And I was also very lucky that Hilary was living in Sydney at the time. And I was like, Hilary, I might do some reconstructions because I had also been a hobbyist sewer. Like I have like a blog that I'm not telling the name of that I blog on and stuff like that. So, you know, I had a background in sewing, but I'm not formally trained. I did really what Hilary described before, like almost a digital apprenticeship. Like when I first wanted to learn how to sew, and that's how I became interested. I was always loved history. That's how I became interested in dress history because I would devour what other people have put online. Like, how do I do this? Like watching videos of people doing it and stuff like that. But yeah, it was sort of really Hilary that gave me the push to be like, yeah, you should try and make some of these things. And that's sort of how I got into it because I just felt like the traditional historical approaches just couldn't answer some of the questions that I had. And obviously that includes the project that we talked about today. You know, there's just these questions that you just can't answer unless you try and make these garments and put them on the body and see what happens, even if, you know, you fail in some of that process. Yeah.
Okay. I think there's another couple of questions, but I think we'll save them for the round table later because I think they might be better as general discussions. And I think we have lunch ready. So.
Awesome. Great. Thank you. And thanks everyone, Lauren. We will be back in an hour.
No, we'll be back in 45 minutes.
45 minutes. Sorry.
Yeah, so for those of you that are with us online, we are now having lunch in the room, and we will be back at 1:30 our time. So please go and have your own lunch, breakfast, dinner, whatever you need for your time in the world. And we'll see you in about 45 minutes.
Keynote speaker is Jane Malcolm-Davies. So I'll just pop up here while I introduce her. So Jane is currently Associate Professor at the Globe Institute, University of Copenhagen, where she works with THREAD, a refugee integration initiative funded by the Innovation Fund Denmark, and is a collaborator in Beast to Craft, an EU-funded advanced research project investigating parchment as evidence for historical sheep husbandry. So Jane was previously a Marie Curie Fellow at CTR, where her project, Knitting in Early Modern Europe, developed a new protocol for recording historical evidence for knitting. So today she's speaking about structuring reconstructions, taking a systematic approach to scholarly experimentation. And we're very, very glad to have her here today. We'll just be able to go through your slide.
So it's going to be on the screen now.
That's showing up right for you. So. Cool. Great.
Thank you very much. So thanks very much for this opportunity to come and speak at this inaugural network event. Hello to everybody who's at home. Thank you very much. If it's an odd time of day to be joining us, we appreciate your company. I'm going to start by taking one of Hilary's recommendations from this morning, which is I will now stress my positionality, which is that for a very long time, more than 30 years, I've been involved with reconstructing historic dress. Most of my experience has been with clothing and costumed interpreters for heritage sites, most particularly for the historic royal palaces, where I was a contractor for 12 years. And before that, I was of the generation growing up that I learned most particularly to darn, but also to knit and to sew and to crochet and to do all those sort of handicrafts that one used in order to be economic with clothes. And I don't profess to be an expert in any of these things. I do love to knit and I am proficient at knitting, but I'm not someone who can call myself an expert in any one of these crafts. And I work very much with Nina McCullough, the Tudor tailor, who is a historical tailor. And what she does to turn flat fabric into three-dimensional garments is beyond my understanding. So I'm very happy to have that collaborative relationship with her. And most of my experience in working with reconstructions has indeed been as a manager of resources and people in the making of garments and textiles. So I see myself partly as, I suppose, what in the 16th and 17th century might have been called a clothier. I understand the management of resources for reconstruction. And I like to think that I understand how reconstruction happens well enough to manage it in good order. So I'm very pleased to announce that what I'm going to talk about today has just been published in Heritage Science. I cannot tell you my relief when the editorial assistant told me last Sunday that it was finally out online in time for today's event. Hurrah! So if anybody wants to look at more detail about the things I'm going to talk about, this is the article in Heritage Science, Structuring Reconstructions. I'm not going to talk about everything that's in it because there's no time to do that. I'm also going to expand on some of the things for which there was no space in the article. And what I would like to suggest is that for me, the benefit of doing reconstruction is that it is a focus for integrating interdisciplinary work. And I would like to suggest that the systematic reconstruction of garments is a mechanism by which dress and textile methodologies can generate new knowledge by cross-referencing a variety of different data. And I'm going to suggest how that can happen. So one of the things we could say is either an embarrassment of riches or a challenge in dress and textile research is we have so many different ways of going at it. We have theoretical frameworks which are based on the study of the object, its culture, its practice, its production, its consumption. And we have a range of resources and sources which have been characterised as historical representations, artefacts, documents. Or if we look to the archaeological world by Margareta Gleber, written sources, iconography, archaeological evidence, including molecular analyses. And that's one of the things that I'm going to talk about later. So I'm very happy that this morning Hilary posed lots of questions, because we do need to acknowledge that her article, The Embodied Turn, is really the most recent bringing together of ideas on reconstruction. And in particular, what I'd like to focus on in Hilary's article is the way she so clearly said that people have been engaging in experimental remaking of historical dress for decades, but it's been done on an ad hoc basis. And that's what I'm going to try and address in this paper. We need to consider what is good practice for maybe restoration, maybe replication, maybe reconstruction. Also, what do we mean by experimental history, which Hilary gave a very good outline about this morning. But also, I'm just going to touch on the concept of experiential history, which I don't talk about in great detail in the article, and I'm not really going to talk about a lot here. But I want to acknowledge what the Making and Knowing project at Columbia University has showcased. And that is largely the fact that young scholars, people coming in as undergraduates today, lack a familiarity with handicraft. I heard a paper at the Knitting History Forum a few years ago in which someone who's a specialist in darning had been invited to work with a surgeon because medical students don't know how to sew. And we see this across the board, that youngsters don't have the same exposure to craft practice as maybe some of us older and greyer people did as youngsters and children. And the Making and Knowing project very specifically gave undergraduates the opportunity to play with their hands in a laboratory, working with recipes published in a very strange source from the 16th century. It helped underline the need for an understanding of craft knowledge in that respect. So we do have some guidelines for good practice which have been published before. These come out of the world of textile archaeology. Eva Anderson-Spahn suggested that there is a set of guidelines for good practice which are applicable to the experimental reconstruction of textiles, specifically to test the role of archaeological tools. And she suggests here a number of very useful things. I'll just pick out a couple, which I'm going to talk about in more detail. All processes must be performed by skilled craftspeople. And she also suggests that all products of the experimentation should be submitted to textile analysis by external persons. The other guidelines here are worthwhile, but I'm not going to read them all out in detail. I was very lucky when I went first to Copenhagen that I was given an office to share with Susanna Leva, who is a textile terminology specialist. I learned a great deal from her about the process of developing terminologies for all sorts of different things. And she cautions against normative terminology, as you can see illustrated here. Good terminology work doesn't suggest that everybody adopts your terminology. It's very much about defining the terminology for the specific work at hand or the specific group at hand. And the way to find appropriate words for the work is to analyse the concepts that you are trying to encapsulate, identify the possible terms that could be used, avoid expanding those terms beyond the context in which they are useful, and collaborate widely in order to ensure that the terms work for as large a group of people as possible. And then make sure that the terms themselves and the context in which they're going to be used are clearly defined. So I'm going to use an example of terminology that I've developed before. Knitting in early modern Europe was somewhat hampered in its outset, my Marie Curie project at Copenhagen, because there was no clear methodology for documenting the early evidence for knitting. And so I set about developing a protocol that would permit that to happen in a scientific and systematic way. But what I wasn't doing was inventing a terminology that would in any way be appropriate for people who are writing knitting patterns or working with the modern craft of knitting. Similarly, I wasn't advocating that the icon vocabulary which is used for museum catalogue should necessarily take on board the terminology I was suggesting, although I do advocate that knitted items should be described as knitted if possible. That makes them much easier to find. And then similarly, I didn't expect my terminology to be adopted by people who are busy reconstructing knitted garments from the era. I was very much suggesting that this terminology was for use when people were recording the early evidence of knitting. So, as Hilary mentioned earlier, we're not inventing a wheel here. There have been wheels before, and this particular piece of evidence comes from 2006 from a conservator who did a survey of articles dealing with reconstructions in 2006. She went back to the codes of practice which Canadian conservators use, in which a reconstruction is summarised as all actions taken to recreate, in whole or in part, a cultural property based upon historical, literary, graphic, pictorial, archaeological and scientific evidence. And that reconstruction is aimed at promoting an understanding of a cultural property and is based on little or no original material, but clear evidence of a former state. I think this is very useful in acknowledging that we're dealing with absence. So we always have to acknowledge how little evidence we're using, and therefore it's important to use it systematically and to identify it appropriately. So Dan Cause's survey was of 30 articles dealing with reconstructions of different kinds, and she identified the following terms being used: restoration, reconstruction, which could mean a copy of an original artifact, or it could mean the reassembly or the reconfiguring of fragments that remain from an original object in order to make it more understandable to the viewer when put on display, or to the scholar when using it for research. There were reproductions, recreations, replication, and copying. But what Dan Cause used as the catch-all in her survey summary was reproduction. And I think that's very helpful to have a precedent from someone who has published before and had a process that she went through to propose that as the catch-all term. However, there are other sources we can turn to. In the 1980s, Radcliffe was a curator with Parks Canada and set up the first workshop to reconstruct dress for costumed interpreters to wear at heritage sites. And she characterised these reconstructions as being historically accurate at one end of the spectrum and totally stylistic at the other end of the spectrum. Elizabeth Wayland Barber, who I think we can all acknowledge is an eminence grise, a giant of archaeological textile work, she suggested that replication refers to the duplication of an extant item exactly, that a reconstruction uses some justifiable speculation, and that recreation uses guesswork and imagination. Demant and Batzer, who were dealing with reconstructions at Leicester, the open-air museum in Copenhagen, They proposed 3 reconstruction models, which they called A, B, and C. A being, if you like, the closest you could get to the original, and C being a serviceable reconstruction that could be used in contexts where exact replication was not necessary. And those 3 models are a very useful working set for characterising different types of projects. Replication, though, is a very thorny matter, as several people have alluded to earlier today. This is a very useful diagram from Ruth Gilbert, who's a weaver, in which she very helpfully sets a flow diagram to discover whether or not it is at all feasible to make a replica. And this has been reproduced in my article, that, as you can see, originally published in 2005. And I particularly like the use of sad and happy faces in this diagram, which can help you find your way through the business of the feasibility of a replica. Now, most of us will have heard of the concept of an object biography. This makes the choice of replication moment particularly difficult. Norga asked the question for archaeological items: do we replicate it when it was new, when it was buried, or when it was found? And Morena asked, within the context of historical items, do we replicate it when it was worn, when it was altered, or when it was discarded? It's very hard to find your way back to which part of the object's biography is appropriate for replication. And I will say, news hot off the press, the Fashioning the Vikings project in Copenhagen has just published 2 volumes, which are available to download from the University of Copenhagen website. And Eva Andersen Swan, who's the principal investigator in that project, said to me last week, so we worked very hard on this project, and I realised that what we've done is we've replicated archaeological textiles rather than the garments that the Vikings would have worn. And I thought that was a very interesting immediate reflection, now that she's published the work, on what they've actually done. So I'm going to propose some terminology to get the ball rolling, and I'm hoping that some of this will prove useful. I think we can suggest that a replica is something that attempts to exactly match an object at some point in its biography, and it might map onto Dement and Batz's A model. A reconstruction is something that uses justifiable speculation, and justifiable being the key word there. And recreation is something which is more imaginary, mapping onto the C model. The reason I like the word reconstruction is because I think it very helpfully encapsulates the concept of a construct. That what a reconstruction is an assemblage of empirical data, systematic interpretation of that data, and then subjective judgment. And all reconstructions are going to be a construct of those things. I think it recognises the process that we're going through, and it also aims at transparency. So the next thing I'm going to propose is a way forward in managing the methodology of our reconstructions. Anybody who's been on a management training course will recognise the name Doran from the 1980s and his SMART project management tool, which requires the project manager to be specific, to consider measurable outcomes, what's attainable and assignable, what's relevant and realistic for the project, and what's timely. And I'm going to show how these SMART principles can be applied to a reconstruction project. The specific purpose that we would have for a reconstruction project, if we're going to be systematic about it, is to have a hypothesis, or maybe more than one hypothesis. We need to collect 2 types of data. The data that's actually relevant to what it is we're trying to find out, and how we're going to evaluate the project and how successful it's been. We also need to decide who's going to do what in the project. We need to allocate attainable tasks and assign roles appropriately for people's skills. We also need to be relevant and realistic in terms of the variables that we can identify and test and the resources we need to do that. And I would suggest that that's the process of identifying and triangulating data. And last of all, we need to schedule appropriate deadlines. So Dan Cause's survey of 30 articles suggested why the various authors had done the reconstructions they were documenting. Some of them were to understand the original object, some were to look at the construction techniques, to document the object itself, or to present incomplete artefacts for display. And Susanna Harris, who's a textile archaeologist, Glasgow, she suggests that you can investigate a garment's function, its effectiveness, the sensory experience of wearing it, the tools required to make it, and the tacit knowledge that's required. And of course, I think we could all identify more purposes, and indeed we heard other purposes in the talks this morning. So just returning to Radcliffe and Wayland Barber's terminology, I just want to take a little moment to consider what we mean by an evaluation of reconstruction. Radcliffe proposes a linear model with totally accurate and totally stylistic at either ends. Well, is that a neutral spectrum, or is she suggesting that something that's totally accurate is better than something that's totally stylistic? And similarly with Wayland Barber's hierarchy, with the replica at the top and the recreation at the bottom, is that saying that the reconstruction sits comfortably somewhere in the middle and the replica is better and the recreation is worse? Well, I'm not sure we need to think in those terms. What we want is a reconstruction that's fit for the purpose. So it may not be necessary to accurately reconstruct the entire garment precisely how it was in its original form. For the experiment that's underway, it may only be necessary to reconstruct part of it, or part of the process of making it, or some of the materials that we use to make it. So I'd like to back off from the idea that evaluation has anything to do with accuracy. And I particularly want to outlaw the use of the word authenticity as a calibration of accuracy. Because as Hilary and I have often said to each other, authentic can only be applied to the original item. Nothing that's made since can be authentic. Only the original thing has authenticity. And David Lowenthal, the historian of heritage, he suggested that a better word was verisimilitude, but doesn't trip off the tongue quite as As I say, I would like to remove notions of authenticity, accuracy from evaluation of reconstructions. We can only evaluate a reconstruction experiment in terms of what it was intended to test, and that's what the evaluation should focus on. So there are various ways in which reconstruction experiments have been assessed in the past. And one way is third-party assessment, what Anderson Strand suggested, submitting the products of the experiment to external persons, although that article doesn't suggest who or what those external persons should be. Marendi did a really interesting project in the 1990s, where 3 pattern drafting techniques were tested to see which made the best reconstruction of a 19th century bustle gown. And the evaluation instrument that was developed for this project was very sophisticated. There were a panel of 12 experts who were brought in to look at the original gown and the 3 reconstructions made from the 3 pattern drafting techniques. There was a questionnaire which asked the panel of experts to rate the characteristics of the originals and the reconstructions. And then there was a free-form opportunity for them to comment on the items they'd observed. And all of this was used to create a mathematical score for each of the reconstructions so that one could come out as being the best. And I think that's a very sophisticated and very much enviable way of doing an evaluation exercise. But I don't think all evaluation exercises need to be that complicated. We can draw from it many different methodologies. Now, there are quite a few reconstruction projects which are evaluated via reflective practice. And I think we have to be very careful in how we assess a reconstruction project when we are doing a subjective analysis of a project that we've done ourselves. Yes, there are many things to be learned by reflecting on the process and the product of the reconstruction, but there are greater things to be learned from submitting the reconstruction to evaluation by external experts. There's also some difficulty if the person who's doing the reflecting is not necessarily expert in the processes that they have undertaken or the product that they have attempted to reconstruct. There are lots of very useful reconstruction experiments which have taken place where the person doing the research has discovered what they don't know, and that's very useful in terms of an outcome for them. But it doesn't necessarily tell us what could be learned from the reconstruction in a broader context. So what I'm suggesting is that the evaluation instrument should be appropriate for the purpose to which the reconstruction experiment has been put. So I'd like to suggest also a draft operational model, which is based on something that I came up with for the Tudor Taylor a long time ago. We wanted to suggest that our reconstructions were based on a firm foundation. And so following previous identifications of the main sources for the reconstruction of historic dress, or indeed the research of historic dress, we came up with the term a PAD, the triangulation of data from 3 different sources, in order to feel that we had a really good fix on the item that we were trying to reconstruct. Now, of course, we all know that there are certain garments and textiles for which no pictorial evidence exists, or indeed there's no documentary evidence to draw on. So what I'm really suggesting in here is that there should be a comprehensive audit of the sources which are available, and that should be part of the write-up of the project, that the sources should be comprehensively documented, and if they don't exist, then that should be stated so that it's clear to the people evaluating and learning from the project what sources were used. So to give you an example of the PAD in action, here's a schoolboy's knitted cap that we wanted to include in our book, The Tudor Child. And as you can see, there are documentary sources which talk about how little boys wore their knitted caps, and pictorial representations of school pupils, and then archaeological examples we can draw on. But what's really missing from the PAD as it stood when we first started working with it is the importance of craft at the centre of this process. Now, craft lives outside academic disciplines. There are very few university departments which deal with craft. There are some notable exceptions. The textile studies team at Uppsala University have craft integral to their teaching and their research. And at the University of Tartu, knitting is part of the folklore curriculum at the anthropology department. So they're 2 of the very few universities where you can find craft really built into the academic thinking about textiles and dress. And this, I think, is something that we might seek to emulate. Somebody asked this morning, how can craftspeople get inside the work that we're doing? Well, I think we need to invite them in to the university. We need to give them a place. And similarly, they need to invite us out into their workshops so that we get a proper collaboration going between the 2 sets of people. So this is the coif cap that we published in the Tudor Child. I want to talk just a little bit about where we get craft expertise from. because I had a very good experience of drawing on citizen science to do my fulling experiments as part of the Knitting in Early Modern Europe programme. And the unexpected benefits for me were that among the many volunteers who offered their time and experience, there were specialists. So while I advocate the use of professional craft expertise in order to make sure that reconstructions are done to the best of our abilities, I think that there is room to have large numbers of volunteers involved in craft-based projects in order to not only draw on the range of expertise that's out there, but also to acknowledge that there is a great deal of time, effort and energy required for some of these projects. And if there are people who are interested in being involved and giving their time and expertise free, then that's a resource to be harvested. When we came to test some of the knitted items for the Typical Tudor, our latest book, I recruited a team of 12 people to test knitting instructions based on this sleeve, which is at Norwich Castle Museum. And they came from all over the world. They were sent kits to use to test the knitting instructions. And here are some of the sleeves that were produced by the team. I drew on a concept which comes from the social sciences, serious leisure, which looks at why people engage in activities which take a lot of time, energy and effort. And I asked all the people involved in this project if they would keep a logbook of how long it took them and what kinds of thoughts and experiences they were having while they were knitting the sleeves. And to my surprise, a lot of these logbooks told me the things that they were enjoying about the project. So several people said they found it beneficial for their health. One woman in particular was managing pain. She found knitting was a good distraction from that. A lot of them talked about the well-being benefits they got and the creative process they felt they were engaged in. And some of them even felt confident enough to now sell their skills as knitters in making things for other people who wanted knitted sleeves or other items. And I also mapped the various experiences they described against the generic learning outcomes and the generic social outcomes. And it made me feel a whole lot better, because when you're asking people to do a lot of work for nothing, you really want to feel that they're getting something out of it. And I felt that this was very much justification of citizen science as a way of embracing craft expertise that's out there in the world and willingly given if it's appropriately managed. But I have to say, it does take a lot to manage volunteers appropriately, and not everybody has the time and resources or money to be able to do that. So the other thing that I wanted to point out was the fact that we do draw on so many different methodologies, and this is something which Hilary alluded to earlier, in terms of how we study pictorial evidence, how we study artifactual evidence, and how we look at documentary evidence. These are each specialist branches of historical research, and it's quite a lot for one researcher to do all of these things by themselves. Another, I would say, good reason to work in collaborative teams. And I'm going to emphasise again here that craft lacks an academic discipline, so we have to work hard to draw that expertise in appropriate ways and find methodologies for it. We can also be more imaginative in terms of how we use the classic sources we have available to us. We, again, at the Tudor Taylor, we decided to use pictorial sources in a quantitative analysis, where we built a database of 1,000 images of children from 1485 to 1625 and looked at the different clothing items they wore, what they were made of, and what ages of children were wearing them, in order to build a quantitatively based picture of typical clothing for children. And this is a database which usually you could get online to right now, but I'm having building work done in my house and I had to move the server, so don't visit tudoreffigies.co.uk for a couple of days. But again, it's a pictorial reference which can be used quantitatively, and Shell Hudson has demonstrated how that can be done with her own work on effigies. We can also use big data approaches for documentary evidence. And some of you will know that the typical Tudor is based on analysis of 57,000 garments and accessories left in documentary evidence such as wills and inventories. And I think it's important to embrace these new ways of using the evidence we have available to us to make our reconstructions richer and more sophisticated. I'm not suggesting we use all of these things all the time, but they're part of the vast panoply of methodologies we have available to us. So I'm going to talk a little bit about one particular reconstruction project that I've been involved with, reconstructing a red cap, which is very typical of young men in the 16th century. And I would say that pictorial sources help us understand at a macro level how garments were worn. Here, Martin Luther is wearing his iconic knitted cap, of which there are archaeological examples, not necessarily worn by him. But documentary evidence tells us that he actually wore a red cap more often than he wore a black cap, even though this is the famous portrait showing him in a black one. We also need to collect evidence from objects, which we've heard a bit about earlier today. And even though there are methodologies for learning from objects, none of these are actually very rigorously written down in a way that we can easily follow them for all kinds of objects. And I would argue that we do need to be maybe more systematic in how we learn from objects. Janet Wood is about to produce a book from a conservation point of view about how to mount clothing for exhibitions. And in that book, she's going to talk about how to measure garments in a very systematic way, which I think will be very useful. But it's an example of how we're pulling a methodology from one particular world of dress and textiles to use perhaps in our own work in reconstructions. And it would be nice to think that there could be an overarching approach to objects that we use when we're reconstructing. I'd argue also that at the macro level, we can do things like take basic dimensions. We can look at the fibre of which something's made. We can look at its construction, what's the structure, the warp and the weft for woven, and the gauge of the knitting if we're looking at knitted fabrics. And we can also look at the colours of garments, but even that we can do more systematically by using the Munsell scale or the colour lab spectrum, so that my definition of red may be different from somebody else's definition of red. We can record colour more systematically using one of those systems. At the micro level, we can look at things like the yarn and the fibre diameter, the structure of the thread, such as the ply and the spin angle. And these are all very useful to us if we are planning to reconstruct an object. But we can also go to what have been termed the forensic methods of analysis, although forensic is more strictly used in a criminal context. And I'm not suggesting we're doing anything wrong here. I wrote this article in 2017 explaining some of the processes that are used by the archaeological sciences that as historians we're not so comfortable and experienced at using. And it would be great if we could be a bit braver about using some of these methods of analysis in preparing the material that we're going to use for reconstructions. I've just recently done a collaborative project with Paula Nabesh in Lisbon, where we discovered 4 different dye stuffs were used in knitted red caps presumably from the 16th century. And I learned a great deal about how dye analysis is undertaken. I don't pretend to understand it all, but it was a very interesting experience collaborating with someone who works in a totally different field from me. So here are some examples of the sorts of things that I've looked at the macro level and at the micro level in order to help me understand knitted caps and knitted linings more closely. And some of you may have seen this before in previous presentations I've given. Scanning electron microscopy allowed me to look at modern Black Mountain Welsh wool before it was fulled and after it was fulled, where you can see clearly how the scales have been stripped away from the hair. And here is a scanning electron microscopy picture of an original fibre, which is very, very smooth with almost no traces of scales left as a result of the fulling process. I've also dipped my toe into radiocarbon dating. These are the samples I took for a pilot study to see whether the quantity of sample makes a difference to the results that are produced by the radiocarbon dating process. And here's an example of the results I got for a cap and its original lining, which are very satisfactorily within the same range of 1410 to 1490, much earlier than we would have expected for the knitted cap in question. And that has led me down a little bit of a rabbit hole into understanding the contaminants, which are problems when you do radiocarbon dating. So I'm just going to talk a little bit now about how we identify the relevant and the realistic resources that we have available to us. Elizabeth Wayland Barber suggested that patient exploration of all the alternatives will serve science better here than mere enthusiasm to produce something tangible. So what we need to think about is how we're going to be systematic in our investigation via reconstruction. This is a project done by Ulrike Beck in Berlin, in which she reconstructed an ancient Chinese set of garments in order to see how they moved when a person wears them in motion. And she wrote a very impressive methodological statement of how she had done this project, which I would commend to everybody as a way of thinking about what it is you're trying to find out. She characterises the different stages of her work, from collecting data and construction analysis right through to analysis and evaluation at the end. She has published this paper, and I have a bibliography at the end, which I will happily share. So I don't suppose you can all see the fine detail of her very excellent diagram here. So going back to the 16th century cap recipe, this is the front and back of an archaeological fragment from Austria, thanks to Beatrix Nutz, who gave me access to this. And I want to just set out the fact that when we're doing a reconstruction project, what we need to consider are the variables and the compromises that we are going to make. We need to look at the constructional details, the textile dimensions, the textile choices we have available to us, the finishing techniques, and the embellishments. I've just categorised there in broad brushstrokes the decision-making areas that we need to go through. This is the knitted and fold reconstruction that Rachel Frost knitted as part of the project that we did together, in order that this archaeological fragment could go on display with a suggestion of what it looked like when it was new. This is a variables matrix of all the things I identified in knitted caps that I could investigate through a reconstruction if I chose to. And clearly, this is a lot of variables. So in all cases, we're going to choose which variables we are controlling for and identify which variables we are actually testing. And in my case, I took the top two lines here. I decided that I was interested in the fleece as the variable in terms of how the full surface of the knitted caps was reproduced in order to look like velvet or indeed fur, which is what the best of the originals look like and probably were intended to look like when they were originally made. So all these other things, such as fulling agents, soapwort, urine, fuller's earth, soap, all these things that could be added, I decided I couldn't possibly test all of those as well as the fleece. So I chose one soap, and that was the soap we used for all the fulling experiments. I'm not going to go into huge amounts of detail about this because there are so many things I could have been testing. I'm pointing out really that a clear audit of all the variables is a very useful way to decide, right, what is it I'm focusing on? What is it I can control for? And what is it that I just have to recognise this will have an influence on the outcome, but it's not something that I can control. I'm just going to take a side walk here into another project I'm involved with Beatrice Beelan at the Museum of London, where we are working on the so-called Charles I waistcoat. And this is a mapping sentence which pulls together all the variables we could be investigating. And just to take the first line, the date of the garment, we're not absolutely sure whether it's 17th century. It could be 16th, it could be 18th century. Is it green? Is it blue? Or is it some other colour? Is it made of wool? Is it made of silk? We're pretty sure it's silk, but it could be something else. Was it called a vest? Was it called a waistcoat? Was it call some other name when it was new? And all of these are variables that we can choose to investigate. I'm just going to give you here a blow up of the second line of the mapping sentence. And these are things we are investigating in the project. It could have been knitted flat. It could have been knitted round. It could have been a mixture of the two. Was it knitted by hand? Was it knitted on a frame, or was it knitted on a machine? All of these are possible, maybe not probable, but they're all things we can investigate. Was it knitted in a workshop, or was it knitted at home by the knitter? And was it knitted in Southern Europe, Northern Europe, or the United Kingdom? These are all things that we could try to find out in our research project. But realistically, we can't investigate everything that's in that mapping sentence. A mapping sentence is a very useful tool, again, for bringing all the variables together and then deciding which ones to research. So here are 3 original knitted cap linings, and one of them is local from the City Museum down the road. They're the subset of data that I used for the initial exploratory experiments that I did with Rachel Frost, just to see how long it would take to fill an originally sized flat knitted cap lining. The research that's been done on sheep from the 16th century to now very clearly shows that the sheep of today, even those that are called heritage breeds, are actually nothing like the original 16th century sheep. So we are approximating in using heritage breeds today. So I worked with commercially available examples of these sheep fleeces, as you can see here. And I wasn't able to control for all the variables I wanted to at this first experimental stage. However, I got things that were near as possible to what I saw in the original. I did a bit of research on how fulling was understood. And I did a phase 2 project where I looked into reconstructing the circular swatches, or swirkles as I call them, more closely to reflect the originals. So here's the reconstructed red cap and lining that's in the typical Tudor. And you can see the evidence that we drew on in terms of dye stuffs, etc. The last thing that goes into the SMART model is devising a suitable time plan. And I think that it's important to allow time for repeated reconstruction. It's an iterative process. And this is a particularly good example of that from Abby Lilithan, in which she did 6 reconstructions of this bodice from the ancient world in order to see which one best fit the original source. So to conclude, I'm going to suggest that our interdisciplinary collaboration in reconstruction should follow SMART principles. A reconstruction can be a focus for smart new ways of working, with integrated methodologies in pragmatic multidisciplinary teams, which include experts from humanities, sciences, and maybe social sciences too, and most importantly, craft. Harris proposed a sensory archaeology of textiles. I haven't talked about it here, but surely we can also have a sensory history of textiles. This is my bibliography, which, as I say, I will happily share. And as I always like to say in all the projects I do, teamwork makes the dream work, so let's be a team.
Amazing, thank you so much for that paper. And we may circulate the bibliography if you'd be happy.
I will happily.
I think we've had a few questions in the chat. But I think as part of the network as well, we might even put together a bibliography for everyone's papers today, because I think there's been a few questions about that. But does anybody, we will go to the room first for questions for Jane before, I'm sure we have a lot of questions online. So does anybody in the room have any questions for Jane?
I could just say that I just feel like I've had so many other holes in my what I've been looking for to help with my scholarship answered and filled today.
Just call me polyfiller.
Like, yes, it's exactly what I've been looking for. So sort of say, yeah, you're doing the right thing. Yeah, keep going. Yeah. So
very
it's not really a question. Just to like, yeah.
So in response, I'll say that when Serena organised a workshop, which was June 2022, and sadly she had COVID, one of the joys of that for me was that several people in the audience were, and indeed several of the other speakers, were working in different areas of historical research, like photography. And they said the same thing that you just said, that having this as a way forward really helped them think about how they were going to reconstruct daguerreotypes or cine cameras, you know, things that were relevant to other areas of historical research. So I've said before that dress and textiles in an archaeological context, as in experimental work, were in the vanguard of experimental archaeology. So here we can be in the vanguard of historical research as dress and textiles people, I think.
Question? Or maybe while everyone's thinking, we can get one from online.
Yeah. So this is a very practical question from Emma, and she asks, when working with the citizen science model, how do you find participants and do you compensate them?
I was, I have to be honest, I was completely overwhelmed with the response I got, and I was not prepared to deal with the number of people. I think I had 150 people sign up within a week of me just putting it out there on social media. And I'm not very good at doing social media stuff. Nina McKayla is much better. That's Matilda Taylor's face is Nina. I'm always going, oh, do I have to do a Facebook post? I'm very, very relaxed. So when I have all these people sign up, I was just utterly overwhelmed. And so the answer to Emma's question is, you just ask and they will come. What I hadn't really bargained for was how much management time I would need to put into it. I was very lucky that I had an intern who volunteered herself, Rosalind Mears, who was doing the Masters in Experimental Archaeology at Exeter, and she came and helped me sort of deal with this vast army of people. And obviously a lot of those people, some of them just want to kind of be involved, but they're not going to produce anything. It was very much up to people how much they wanted to do. So in some cases, for example, when people sent me their swirls, I recompensed their postage costs, but a lot of people didn't even want that. I have more messages from people saying, I'm just so happy to be involved in this. It's so exciting to be involved in research like this. And so I am very conscious that there is a history of exploitation in the world of knitting. For centuries, knitters have been undercompensated for what they do, and at worst, orphaned children were made to knit for their keep in Venetian society in the 16th century. And, you know, this is something of which we should be ashamed. So I didn't want to add to the exploitative nature of the knitting world. But I've had no difficulty in finding people who really want to be involved. And there have been projects I've done where I've paid people because they were being professional test knitters. But in terms of citizen science, I've just been overwhelmed with responses.
I have a question, Chair's prerogative, but relating to what you were just saying. In your discussion of like expertise and expert craftspeople, there, like just then you made a sort of distinction between the professional knitters as well as the citizen science knitters. So I'd be interested in, you know, in relation to this example that you just gave, but in general, how do you define expertise? Like,
that's a really important question, and I do discuss this in my Heritage Science article in more detail than I was able to here. I actually talk about it in two contexts. One in terms of craft expertise to recruit for your project, so that you know you're getting someone who knows what they're doing, versus who you're going to ask to evaluate the project. What sort of expertise do they need to have? And I was thinking about the peer review model for articles, that if we're going to have peer reviews of objects, reconstructions, then there has to be the same level of, if you like, professionalism around how you evaluate somebody else's work and being qualified to evaluate somebody else's work. And there are a number of different ways that you can characterise craft expertise. The most simplest is to say how long you've been doing it. But as we all know, that is no indication of how good you are. One of my grannies was a very excellent tailor and the other one was a great knitter, but I don't think I would have substituted them for each other. And they'd each been doing both of those crafts all their lives. So length of experience is no guarantee of quality. There are apprenticeships and there are some qualifications that you can do in different sorts of crafts. So we can look for people who have actual qualifications in particular craft expertise. And we can also look at apprenticeship schemes. So there are some crafts in which people are still trained in appropriate ways. And also, you know, we heard from Hannah, you were saying, weren't you, you were one of the last to train in the kind of expertise you learned. So that makes you uniquely qualified, or maybe in a very small pool of people. So one of the things I'm proposing a grant application for is to consider how we might create a hub for people and how they characterise their expertise so that they can be assessed, if you like, by the people, the academics who need craft experts to work with them.
That's really Did anybody else in the room have questions?
I was just going to say it's really interesting because I've worked on a few films. One of them was the Narnia set of films, and we employed people from the Embroiderers Guild to do all of the hand embroidery. And I got talking to one of these ladies. So the age range was amazing, right? It went from like people in their 30s through to kind of a woman in her 90s who'd never had a full-time job before. She just thought it was amazing she was getting paid to do this. But some of the younger ones, they had come up through the Leicester school in Paris, so they had been learning that way. So I can imagine you get great response from people wanting to work with you on these kind of projects.
And what we did was we did an online questionnaire where people signed up, and I asked them to describe their A, why they wanted to be involved, and B, what their expertise was and whether they would describe themselves as experts or beginners, because I did want a range of people. And it's very interesting how people characterise their expertise. You know, some people who clearly, like your 19-year-old, have a lifetime of knitting, said, oh, I'm a beginner, really. You know, so there's subjective judgment. And then there are other people say, oh, I'm a great knitter. And you go, okay, that's not knitting as I knew it. And, you know, I don't feel I'm necessarily the best judge. I'm not a professional knitter, but I will happily employ a professional knitter to help me. Yeah. And with the Museum of London project, and I have actually brought with me top secret items, which I am willing to show, but I can't allow anyone to photograph from that project, which are 2 knitted sleeves. I think Chrissy Carney is online. She is the expert knitter I've worked with on that project. And, you know, there is a point where you need to acknowledge that you need external expertise, but I feel I'm qualified to recognise an expert when I see one, who I then believe has the expertise to judge other people's work. So again, it's that collaboration.
How do you think one should go about some of that finding appropriate evaluation and that sort of thing at the PhD stage? You're working on your own, have no resources. Is there an easy answer to that, or is it? How do you think?
I think you ask around for appropriate people, and I think if you ask enough people, it's actually for anybody finding the right PhD examiner is pretty hard. You know, my PhD was on an evaluation of the benefit of costumes interpretation for visitors at historic sites. And I was in a tourism management group, so I wasn't working with people who were in any way expert in clothing. My supervisor had to cast around to find a person who could be my external examiner. So I think it's a case of asking a lot of people and eventually you find.
Do you think that some of this evaluation, sort of the evaluation of the reconstruction process should happen before the examination process as part of
Yes, that's a really good question. Yes, I think part of your PhD, I would advocate, you should have an evaluation that you've decided, how am I evaluating that, which you present as part of your PhD.
Yeah. How does this work for someone like Amanda who's doing it by practice?
Do you want me to do it here?
Yeah.
So basically, it's broken up into kind of, well, I'm breaking my PhD up into a series of actual projects. So that might be project-based work within my fashion practice, and then I might present exhibitions, or we might have some kind of performance. And then at the very end, so after 3 years, you have an examination that is actually kind of presenting your work live. So kind of that might be an exhibition. It really, you can design it kind of however you want, and that's kind of the amazing thing about practice-based.
But the actual materials are in the room.
The materials are in the room, and then you also present the dissertation. Yeah. So
Yeah, and that's used in other disciplines, isn't it?
yeah, it's really design and
Yeah. I mean, maybe we can talk more about this in the round table about how to, the sort of limits we have when some of us come from more, you know, like history, which is more about the written product rather than necessarily the.
Yes, that's how my PhD did. The object is on what I've written with a.
How we can maybe try and work towards.
Well, I've always characterised myself as an entrepreneur, and I think, you know, we have to find entrepreneurial solutions. That's what, you know, that's what we have the challenge and the adventure of doing.
Yeah. Do we have time maybe for one more online?
If we're willing to wait a little bit longer. Yeah. So we have a question from Sophia, who says, how do you work with and account for the material differences between historical and modern wool in your project?
Historical and modern wool? Oh, well, you can't. I mean, okay, be honest about it and say, this is not what historical wool would have done. This is what the nearest, and it's not very near, wool does. And I hope that what it tells us is something about the process of fulling. You know, in that particular experiment, I was trying to work out which yarn would be the best to use to reconstruct a cap. And ultimately, the purpose of that was that Nelia and I published books where we help people reconstruct historic dress. So what I wanted to do was find the wool that would be the most practical for the purpose. And I've brought with me examples of the swirls and also the various caps that we've made over the years. And I have absolutely no, what's the word I want? I have no hesitation in admitting that they don't look like the originals. The originals are archaeological specimens. So there's only one, the one from Bern, which I would say gives us any sense of what they look like originally. And it really does look like velvet. It was accessioned to the museum in the 1880s as a velvet cap. It's only the deterioration since then that has revealed it's knitted. And that's how plushy the nap of these caps were. And so the examples I've got over there, they're pale shadows of what was achieved in the 16th century. I've tried to persuade my husband to build me a fulling mill. It's yet to emerge. He's a water engineer, so it's not as ridiculous as it sounds. But you know, I've never actually put a knitted cap into a fulling mill, so I don't know how different that would be from using your hands and your feet and hammers, which is what I did in all my experiments. So, you know, it's a very good question. What, you know, you could say, well, what's the point of reconstructing it then? It's nothing like the original, but it's the nearest I can get with the materials I have available today.
Great. Well, yeah, I think we will break for cake and tea, and then maybe people can also have a look at the stamps that Jane has brought along. For those online, we will be back in about 25 minutes, just under 25 minutes. So please stay tuned because we've got more of our live talks. Thank you.
I kept wondering if we were being filmed as well as we were getting. So should I be looking anywhere in particular? Ah, so maybe looking over there. I should have asked that before we started.
And hello, everybody. I think we're going to be back for the last panel session of the day now. So this time we are turning to terms, fields, and possibilities. Nice widely defined panel. So our first speaker is Natalie Skipper, who is an independent scholar and was previously a research assistant with the ERC-funded project Spoils of War at the, I'm not going to be able to pronounce this, Università Bocconi di Milan. That's my attempt. Her research has explored clothing in inventories and letters, as well as the reconstruction of historical garments. Today, her talk is entitled Bridging the Gap, the Role of Reproduction in Deciphering Unknown Worlds. So, over to you, Natalie. Still in my presentation. It's up here. Oh, okay. Thank you.
So thank you for having me. So as mentioned, I will be talking about the role of reproduction or reconstruction in deciphering unknown words, in my case specifically inventories. So the production of historical clothing or dress as embodied practice serves as a valuable tool in the decipherment of unknown words. I will quickly summarize the theory behind all of this. So recreating historical garments provides researchers with a comprehension of materials. They familiarize themselves with the materials and techniques by reconstruction. And by experimenting with this, these materials, techniques, and tools, they gain insight to the challenges that have been encountered by historical craftspeople and their limitations. Historical texts, in my case inventories, often encompass terminology associated with textiles, colors, and garments. However, many of these terms have faded from contemporary use. So as an example, I will be using my master thesis and an inventory that I've analyzed. And I will explain the terminology and linguistic problems that I've encountered. So coming from Austria, German is a very complicated language. But in all languages, written historical sources present challenges when it comes to accurately describing historical garments. So even if clothing is mentioned in documents, whether in detail or generically, determining its precise shape and function is complicated due to temporal or regional variations. So ambiguities arise from vague attributes, for example, descriptions such as long or short, regional labels, or missing or altered functional descriptions. And scarce references to certain garments further hinder classification, as does the evolution of a garment's purpose over time. So the additional and quite remarkable complication that I've encountered was presented by the German language. So the standard orthography was established by the end of the 19th century, which means that in the previous centuries, spelling of everyday words varied widely. So it was not uncommon in my research that I found 3 or 4 different spellings of one word. And also, as the German language isn't really one language, but consists of a myriad of different dialects, This was extremely difficult as well. So the inventory that I've analyzed was, I found it in an archive in Upper Austria. And the title of my master thesis would translate as The Outfitting of Ladies in Waiting in the 16th to 18th century. So the inventory I was looking at belonged to Maria Josepha von Thürheim, who served as a lady in waiting. And I found a terminological anomaly, so to speak, in the inventory. So the inventory mentions a von weißer Patient Corsette. And this was a pretty curious case, as the word corsette would suggest that it's taken from the French word corset due to its phonetic similarity. However, this was quite unusual, as in German you would most commonly use the words Schnürmieder, Schnürbrust, or just Mieder. Inventories and pattern books from that time period also only used German words, so this was quite a strange occurrence. The French term corset was also unusual to me, as the most or more commonly used word for stays were corps, and the term corset didn't really gain popularity until the 19th century. Moving along to the description of the stays, so it's described as weißer Patient, which is white fustian. So Patient in today's spelling is the German word for fustian. It was interesting because fustian is made of a linen wool weft with a pile surface. And to my knowledge, fustian was usually used for doublets and curtains, or maybe linings of stays, but not as an outer material for stays. So my question is, could fustian really have been used for the production of stays, especially as the outer material and not the lining? So Garçon mentions in Archaeology that fustian was also used rather as a lining for stays rather than the outer material. So right now this leads to more questions than answers, and the way I wanted to go about it is by reproducing these stays and to test if this could actually work, and if the item mentions were really stays, or if it was rather a waistcoat or a pair of jumps or something like that. So the first challenge was where to acquire fustian. So fustian is regrettably not particularly available in regular fabric stores, especially in Austria. They have stopped producing fustian in Austria completely, and the other sources or weaving mills that I found that produce fustian were made of 100% cotton rather than the mix of linen and cotton. However, I have found so-called half linens or Halblinen in German, who produce something similar, only they were produced the other way around. So it consisted of a cotton warp and a linen weft, so completely the other way around, and they had no piled nap. So this would deviate from the accuracy, so to speak, that I wished to attain, but it would have been considered as a last resort if I couldn't find any authentic fustian, so to speak. However, I was quite lucky. I didn't have to search for very long. I found a old weaving mill in Upper Austria, pretty close to where Maria Josepha actually comes from. And the weaving mill dates from 1832. They specialize in linens and so-called half linens, and hoping that they would sell fustian, or at least have heard of it, I contacted them. Unfortunately, they did not. However, my project in reproducing Maria Josefa stays struck a note with the production manager. And instead of sending me a sample of their standard half linens, he ran a production of 3 pieces of question samples that, however, have not been treated yet. So they were not brushed, they did not have a piled nap, nothing. But he did send me a so-called scratch brush that I could test brushing the fabric with. So I decided to manipulate these samples in 2 ways. So one sample I would leave completely untreated. The second one I decided to brush. And the third one I decided to wash before brushing to soften up the fabric a bit more. So after doing that, I compared the feeling of how the question felt like and would then decide which of the samples I would use in reconstructing my stays. And after that, my next steps would be making a pattern and then sourcing the other needed materials like synthetic whalebone, etc. And then in the end, I would test the stays. So, however, unfortunately, I haven't come around to reconstructing the stays yet. But it's still a work in progress, and I think the results will be quite promising. So it's a to be continued project.
I think we're going to get everyone up in the end.
Yeah.
To do questions.
Yes, yeah. So our next speaker is Elise Maynard, who is currently researching junior Trevelyan Oman's ballet designs and the importance of material literacy within costume design and its contribution to the success of performance for her PhD with Bristol University. She has worked in the past as a costume maker both privately and for London's West End, and her presentation today is entitled Experimental Archaeology and Rediscovery of Lost Costume. And if you just click forward, you should get to your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah. So within theatre scholarship, so I come from, I'm a costume maker, but I'm now working in the theatre and performance department, so it's a little bit different, I think. So sorry, I don't want to mess up the general narrative. Within theatre scholarship, experimental archaeology is an established methodology termed within the discipline as either practices research or practice-based research, applied primarily on the seminal work of practitioner academics such as Baz Kershaw. Kershaw's definition of the practice-based approach is treating creativity as a means of investigation, which is facilitated, in his words, a paradigm shift through which established ontologies and epistemologies of research in arts-related disciplines potentially could be radically undone. With his paper focused on the practice gaining academic recognition and the first fully collaborative UK performance practice research PhD awarded in 2006, the shifting attitudes toward practice-based approaches continues to gather momentum. The 2006 thesis, Partly Cloudy Chance of Rain, marked a shift as practice-based research became accepted within performance scholarship. A primary use of practices research within theatre scholarship is to enable the completing of archives. The limitations placed on archives meant that many post-run shows exist in only minimal formats, generally paper documents, and for more recent productions, digital recordings of final performances, though many have been lost, damaged, or destroyed. Costume, as a part of theatre, is bound by the same constraints, but left with further issue, as there is so little paper documentation recording the processes, meaning that very little of the historical work is able to survive. This has led to a further rise of so-called archive fever, the desire for judicial authority to transform event into object of knowledge, to materialise memory within external memory aids, termed as such by Angela Ficini and Carolyn Rye. Experimental archaeology has expanded within theatre practice, with scholars such as Julie Bush-Bailey specialising in its use for the recovery of lost works. One of the earliest of which is the Jane Scott Project from 2002, a collaborative group rehearsal used to shape and rediscover Jane Scott's only published play, The Old Oak Chest, written in 1816, and Inscription, a successful stage confection thought to have been performed in 1814. It sought to apply the still developing procedures of practice research to theatre history. It is also a good example of the role of costume, the role that costume usually plays within performance-based practices research. With the project, Bush-Bailey recognises an issue between the practices of revival and reconstruction, claiming the latter does little to acknowledge the present context in which the act of recovery is taking place. In her paper, Bush-Bailey uses the costumes as a means of explaining this. By wearing 19th century clothes, we sought not to erase our 21st century bodies, but to draw attention to the historical distance and difference in modern physiques that strained against the restrictions imposed. Some of these 19th century clothes can be seen in these cast sheets. Bush-Bailey's comment implies that the act of wearing transformed the performers and their understanding of the performance, experiencing the play as it may have felt from inside the contemporary clothing. This experience is unique to the act of undertaking practices research. In Bush-Bailey's words, the act of revival seeks to connect the past through present consciousness. Additionally, Valerie Cummings, the costumer who supported the project, stated that the clothes chosen were reconstructions needed for their durability to withstand the modern bodies. So while the actors were not dressed in actual contemporary clothing, the revival added to the growing multi-level knowledge gained through the project. Material knowledge is inherently tactile, and the issues around the accurate and effective documentations for its survival are problematic. When attempting to store this information with other forms of media, this can lead to a further distancing from the original artifact, though this is obviously not the intention of the documenter. Cheney and Rye refer to photographic documentation creating the conditions for forgetting, its materiality obliterating memory, suggesting that the experience-based knowledge and research cannot be effectively documented, including the immediate emotional responses and lived experiences which practices research facilitates, meaning that often the artifacts that are kept continue to restrict our ability to understand and research. We are faced with the same issues which have led to the original artifacts being lost. Though practice research does not solve all the problems with the study of lost costume, it goes a long way toward our understanding of why costume may have been lost when a written document detailing the intention and outcome has not survived. Where this applies directly to costume in the first case is that many of the archives do not store large material objects. When studying costume, particularly of performances which have ended their runs, there is little surviving evidence of the costumes. In many cases, you may have access to the original designs, if these have not been kept by the designer and or sold, as is often the case, and photographs which are often kept with the designs, though as previously stated, there are issues with using photographs as a means of remembering objects which were intended to be viewed in motion. In my research into the archive of Julia Trevelyan Oman, which is one of the largest archival collections of the work of a single female designer to have survived, there are still issues with piecing together her designs, as they may have looked both originally and in their last iterations. So, here, this is a design for the angels in Oman's 1984 Nutcracker for the Royal Ballet. As you can see in this archive, we have a final design, photographs from fittings and research images. However, we are still missing colours and material. We don't have very much information about the process, weight or movement of the costumes, all of which would have contributed to the final design aesthetic and the success of that design. Even when a production still uses the original costumes in ballet, there is an average of 3 to 5 dancers and costumes for the same character running simultaneously. Each costume will be slightly different depending on how long that costume has been in use. Seams may have moved, panels may have changed due to wear or added due to changing bodies. Fabric may be discontinued and sequins may have come loose, all of which leads to it being a problematic practice to use current costumes or archive costumes from long-running shows to see how the original performance looked and the designer's original intentions, especially as some characters may have been redesigned by other designers in longer-running performances. Oman has some of the longest-running designs in the history of the Royal Opera House, with her costumes from as early as 1968 still performed on stage. However, not every one of her designs and productions were as successful. The first example is of Oman's design for the Rose Fairy in the Nutcracker. The Rose Fairy was added into the production after the initial design and performances by the choreographer Sir Peter Wright. After Wright choreographed the Royal Ballet's Nutcracker, he worked on the choreography for Birmingham Royal Ballet, where he first introduced Rose Fairy. And upon the next London revival, Wright wanted to add Rose Fairy to Covent Garden's stage. Lorna Robinson, the head of costume at the Royal Opera House, remembers Oman's reaction to the addition. claiming that she took issue with the change to the overall aesthetic, which had been so carefully created a decade prior. Her design is as such, as saved in her Bristol Theatre Collection archive, along with a sample of the petal. Additionally, we know the costing of the costume, as this was recorded along with the costings of other costumes from the revival. However, the design was not well received by Wright, and upon Oman's death in 2003, the costume department were tasked with creating a new Rose Fairy, the process of which was to produce multiple designs, and Oman's widow, Sir Roy Strong, was tasked with picking which he believed his late wife would have preferred, the end result being this Rose Fairy on the right and the original on the left. The original Rose Fairy costume no longer exists, along with any record in the Royal Opera House archive, meaning the design, the sample, and this one photograph are all that survive of Oman's characterisation. In this case, practices research allows us to see plainly the difference with these characterisations. It is possible to test them against one another and understand the difference in skills used to create the costume. Oman's Rose Fairy requires painting each individual petal with dye, in a similar technique she had applied to her design for the Boston Ballet's 1981 Swan Lake. This production was run for a single season before touring to London's Nuria Festival and then being permanently retired. For Oman's Odette, like the Rose Fairy, the issue seems to have been predominantly with movement and secondarily with cost. Oman wanted the white swans to be painted, drawing as she often did on naturalism. Her signets were a dark beige and Odette an off-white, with the variously aged swans in between sitting on a spectrum. The issue here being that traditionally feathers would often create a lightness through their materiality. The paint crisps the fabric and alters the fluidity of the movement. It also adds to the weight of the tutu, and the choreography calls for a lightness. It is important that the costumes are able to enhance as opposed to hinder these movements. Paint was needed for the highlights. It seems the Rose Fairy is an evolution of Oman's Odette idea. All that survive from her 1981 Swan Lake are her designs and a very small selection of photographs taken by Oman herself of some of the fittings, in which we are not able to see final garments. Experimental history has allowed for these designs to be studied again in detail, explaining why the costumes did not survive, why the production was not renewed past the first year, and most interestingly, Oman's development of the technique, which she brought forward into her design for Rose Fairy. The paper documentation serves as a basis for further exploration, meaning without the use of practice, the study would be incomplete. Overall, the work of practice research within theatre is transferable to the study of costume, though there may be much more to do in order to legitimise the practice. It is clearly influential and informative. Though not necessarily flawless, the innate tactile knowledge necessary to fully understand the designs and its role within the performance is only obtainable through the use of practice research and is essential when using archives as a basis for understanding lost costume.
Thank you very much, Louise. So we're now shifting from the programme slightly. So our next speaker is Claire Matt. So Claire is an artist who investigates, deconstructs and reinterprets guards to produce objects that merge traces or glimpses of the original with her own notes. Her practice is informed by the Japanese aesthetic concept, which expresses a sense of quiet, understated and unobtrusive beauty or elegance. And today her presentation is titled Kimono in a Different Language. It's a Claire.
Trying to flip that presentation.
Flip that too. There we go.
Thank you, everyone. Today I'll be sharing my remade kimono dresses with you and discussing my methodology and the issue of cultural appropriation when reusing kimono. Kimono dominates my practice as it combines two of my passions, historical dress and zero waste making. Japanese fashion has a long tradition of deconstructing, reusing and remaking garments, and I reference this by turning kimono's linear sections to different angles, creating new iterations via cut dresses. Here, I explore English's idea that, quote, acts of displacement, taking materials from one place and recontextualising them in another, create new visual languages, end quote. Garments that were once rigid and constrained are refashioned into loose and flowing dresses, ridding themselves of their past role as heavily codified and rule-based body coverings. Kimono, which translates as a thing to wear, is cut from one bolt of cloth called tanmono, which always measures between 35 to 40 centimetres wide and 11 to 12 metres long.
Tambourneau is then cut into 5 rectangular lengths, with one piece cut into a further 4 pieces, making a total of 8 pieces. We have a deconstructed one here. No fabric is wasted in this process. Any surplus fabric is pleated, folded, tucked or gathered into the garment to give added structure and allow for changing bodies. Secured at the waist by an obi, which is a long, wide length of fabric, it has no other fastenings. It's sewn by hand using a simple running stitch, enabling it to be easily unpicked for cleaning, re-dyeing, repairing, resizing, or to rotate the pieces for even better wear. Being taken apart and remade is inherent to its being. Kimono's pattern pieces consist of rectangles and not complex shapes, allowing remaking to happen for other garments or for it to be made into other items. Traditionally, when the cloth was worn out, it's cut down to create patchwork futons or garments, or smaller items such as aprons and tea towels. When those wore out, they became nappies or rags, and when they finally reached the end of their life, they were burnt and ashes were spread as fertilizer. As a vegan, comparing myself to a butcher is abhorrent, but I follow the nose-to-tail butchery philosophy when unpicking kimono. The principles of seam butchery require a skilled butcher to find and exploit the natural overlaying seams between an animal's muscles. By breaking down the carcass using minimal force, more flavourful cuts are created and every part of the animal can be consumed. This method allows for consideration both for the life of the animal and the efforts made by the farmer who reared it. I appropriate this method in my practice, using every part of a garment and ensuring that nothing goes to waste. Fabrics, threads and linings are all reclaimed, and I even make additional threads by unravelling spare pieces of cloth and use these as embellishments. I map kimono during every stage of butchery using photography, drawing and reflective writing, often taking design inspiration from the neat and purposeful hand stitching. Seam butchery allows me to interrogate and explore the inside of a garment, to closely investigate its construction and see whether the traces of the maker or the owner remain. It gives me a sense of discovery and understanding. I find it very therapeutic and meditative, and I actually prefer unmaking to making. By slowly and methodically unpicking a garment, which takes around 4 hours, I show care and respect towards the hands that originally made it, qualities that are inherent in many Japanese moral aesthetics. And while the subject of fast fashion and waste within the textile industry are ever present, seam butchery has taught me that for all of us who make or remake historical dress, must think about our own actions. For example, how much paper do we waste drafting patterns? Does a garment have to be constructed from new fabric, or could you use a bedsheet or a curtain? And while most of us save buttons and ribbons from old garments, could you go one stage further and save other bits, such as labels, threads, zips and linings? Could that bit of waste fabric left over from when you've cut out an armhole be used as a pocket, a patch, or even stuffing for a cushion? And if we really don't think we'll use our leftovers, could we pass them on to others instead of throwing them away? I always say we all need to watch our waste. Sheila Cliff describes kimono as, quote, ideal material for those who enjoy the crafting aspect of self-presentation and image creation, end quote. While Japanese culture actively encourages everyone to participate in the wearing and sharing of kimono, as a white Western woman with no connection to Japan, I'm aware of the ethical issues of remaking kimono. This aspect of cultural appropriation is a knit I'm constantly trying to unpick, Ziff and Rail describe cultural appropriation as, quote, the taking from a culture that is not one's own of intellectual property, cultural expressions or artifacts, history and ways of knowledge, end quote. However, they acknowledge that the word culture covers an enormous range of possibilities, anything from physical objects to moral codes, and appropriation suggests a relational aspect between two groups, the taker and the dispossessed. I acknowledge that I am taking garments from a culture that is far removed from my own, but I believe that through continually educating myself and learning, I honour the garments and respect their foundations and rules. I align myself with the terms cultural appreciation and cultural inspiration, but even these are slippery terms. When applied to my practice, both terms suggest the level of research and education has been undertaken with regards to the history of kimono culture to understand what is and what isn't appropriate. For example, kimono is always worn with the left side over the right. Only dead people wear the opposite, and to do so while alive would be unthinkable. So any overlaps or diagonal sections on the front of my garments always come from the left, out of respect and understanding of this rule. However, context is everything, and if in doubt, I will conduct further research before making a design decision. But the majority of my learning comes from a Western viewpoint, and as someone working outside of academia, I've struggled to find translations of Japanese academics, authors, and makers who discuss the kimono's actual construction and its potential role in sustainable fashion and the circular economy. Cliff also says we perceive kimono as, quote, timeless, unchanging, and sitting outside of fashion, rather than celebrating its rich history within Japan's unique fashion system, end quote. Unlike many other significant cultural objects, Westerners are actively encouraged to wear and modify kimono while respecting and appreciating its origins. In recent years, kimono culture has had a huge resurgence within Japanese street fashion, in particular the wearing of kimono, of antique kimono, that's pre-1930s, and vintage kimono, post-1930s, and this could help it survive future generations. There are believed to be hundreds of thousands of old kimonos sitting in cupboards and wardrobes in Japan, all in relatively good condition, thanks to a culture of caring for them. And a quick look online shows many Westerners making jackets, waistcoats, bags, bow ties, and even hair scrunchies from vintage kimono. I believe my dresses are slightly different because by practicing seam butchery, they honour the integrity of kimono. I use the rectangular pieces of fabric in the same way as they would be originally and avoid cutting into them unless absolutely necessary. I cover any existing cuts in the fabric, such as those that are made to allow movement at shoulders, with embellishments from threads picked from the garment. This example's on the back. Fashion and sustainability pioneer Kate Fletcher said that mending, reusing and recycling promotes a greater reverence for an object's materiality into a larger world of actions, stories and ideas, and that we need to think about the third, fourth and fifth lives of garments. These beliefs underpin my practice, and I'm intrigued by the prospect of my dresses being recycled in the future, with new hands adding to the stories and extending their lives again. To conclude, in 2005, textile artist Moriguchi Kunihiko was asked, quote, "We have to answer the challenge of modernity. What is a kimono? What will it become if it ceases to be a thing worn?" End quote. I believe my dresses offer a small possible answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire. And I think maybe before we do questions at the end, it'd be nice for both Claire and Louise to show your objects off to the camera. Yes, but we'll do that after the rest of the presentation. So our next speaker is Erin White. So Erin is an immersion costumier. She's going to be studying costume design and construction for stage and screen at Nottingham-Trent. And she has a social media presence where she shares her projects. She debuted her skills in a local performance of a dressmaker's affair, and she's recently come back from a trip to California where she exhibited several Regency garments at Costume College in Los Angeles. Over to Erin.
Thank you. The art of historical fashion reproduction allows us to explore the processes of past craftsmanship and imitate them today. The overall cohesion of agreed methods of reconstruction are, however, convoluted. Therefore, this presentation embarks on a journey to explore the multifaceted world of making methodologies and practices in historical clothing reproduction. By examining diverse research approaches and invaluable historical references, we can gain a comprehensive understanding of the artistry and ingenuity that shaped clothing throughout time, celebrating the legacy of sartorial heritage. Whilst experimental archaeology provides insight into the practical aspect of extant garments, observing existing period attire can be equally as lucrative. However, interpretation and adaptation may still be implemented where historical sources are limited or incomplete. For example, an essay written by Catherine Steffel from the Western Michigan University documents the process of patterning and recreating several 19th century dresses. In her essay, Steffel references the fact that one gown had been in pieces to be resized or reused. She comprehensively explains her process of directly patterning the remains of the bustle dress and using her knowledge of the period, draping the pleats until they lay correctly. By recreating the garments, Steffel gave them a chance to be interacted with again so that people could safely touch and learn from them, preserving the living history for others. However, a balance must sometimes be struck between historical authenticity and modern accessibility. Achieving this could include merging traditional techniques with modern approaches. For example, it is common to construct period garments using an authentic pattern with the assistance of an electrical sewing machine, or to sometimes use a low blend of synthetic fibers. This could be due to personal funds or simply the lack of appropriate fabrics. However, it does not detract from the knowledge and experience that can be gained from creating these garments. The key is practice. The challenge comes when viewing historical garments in a modern context whilst also trying to maintain the key elements of the original design. Meticulous imitations are often rooted in the art of hand-sewn construction methods and are the epitome of the meticulous craftsmanship required to recreate the authentic garment. However, this is arguably a luxury, as the time it takes to make a garment by hand is far greater than machine. With the loss of time, though, there grows a far deeper appreciation and understanding for the craftsmanship that went into creating the original garments. By recreating them, we ensure that the knowledge and skill lives on and can be enjoyed by more people, continuing to educate and inspire every day. There are, however, certain times where an accurate reconstruction is not always necessary. An article published by the Victoria and Albert Museum stated that a theatre is a contemporary art for a contemporary audience and contemporary eye, so must be of its time. So a designer does not always create an authentic reconstruction of a historical dress, but retains its essential attributes whilst reinterpreting it for today. This is an example of an adaptive as well as artistic decision, allowing the designer to take creative liberties with things such as silhouettes to help tell more of a story about a character without needing to verbalize them. So we know about creating clothing, but how do we know what we create is actually period accurate? Inter-observer reliability holds immense significance in the world of historical fashion reproduction. Where historical sources may be incomplete or not exist, actually comparing your research or garments to other people's can inform whether a hypothesis about a specific component is viable or if you're incorrect. This could include anything from the bone emplacement in a bodice to the specific embroidery thread used to embellish the front of the garment. Generally, the success of inter-observer reliability is measured from historical accuracy, from examining extant garments, textiles, and fashion trends from a specific era. The goal is to create something that matches as closely in terms of design, construction method, and the final embellishments. To begin with, it will be taken as face validity, where the preliminary observation will show certain results, validity, and meaning how well that research reflects reality. Then we can begin to look for any correlation between multiple sources, a measure of the extent to which two variables are related. Once a result is consistently found or achieved, we can call it reliable data. Very rarely, when this knowledge stays true in relation to the progression of time, it can be called temporal validity. To achieve this, researchers and experts collaborate on intricate projects that demand precise observations and unbiased analysis. Inter-observer reliability shows that multiple independent observing parties studying the same evidence will consistently arrive at the same or similar conclusions. By establishing the agreement between multiple perspectives, this reliability maintains the facts and eliminates the inequalities between arguments. This methodological approach instills confidence in the authority of historical reconstructions as it establishes a solid foundation for credible research and representation of the past. Through diligent inter-observer scrutiny, we can start to refine our research and more accurately create realistic garments. The aim of this study was to gain a stronger understanding of the different methodologies and approaches one could take on recreating historical dress. The relevance of the modern-day maker reflecting on past garments is highly poignant and a specialist area of expertise. I hope that it has also highlighted the importance of inter-observer reliability in adding credible value to reconstruction work. Where there are clear trends, we can continue to build upon a strong foundation of shared knowledge that benefits everyone. By preserving this knowledge, we can persevere and promote historical dress, keeping traditional crafts alive and sharing with others through exhibitions, workshops, and educational programs. This can help shine a new perspective on our sartorial heritage and how we can learn from past work towards a better future.
Thank you very much, Erin. So, for our final paper, we are going hybrid, and we have Scarlett. Hang on a sec, let me just stop sharing what we are sharing so that Scarlett can share what she is sharing. And let's up our volume. There we go. So Scarlett, who was going to be with us in person today, but sadly, oh hello, that's somehow still, we'll deal with that in a sec. But sadly, because of the train strikes, is stuck up in Edinburgh, though there are worse places to be stuck. So Scarlett Butler is an AHRC-funded PhD candidate in art history at the University of Edinburgh, where she's supervised by Professor Jill Burke and Dr. Emma Herdman. Her thesis explores the experiences of fatness in early modern France through visual arts, advice texts, material objects, including clothing, and reconstruction methods. Her presentation today is entitled Fit for a Queen, a fat studies approach to early modern dress reconstruction. And I'm just going to see if we can get this off. Bear with me a second, Scarlett, so that
let me know if there's
we're all good. Okay, over to you when you're ready.
Great, thank you. I just want to say thank you to all the other speakers and the organisers, and welcome and thank you to everyone who's watching in person and online. So my paper isn't going to include exciting examples of things I have reconstructed. It's more about thinking about the sources that we use for reconstruction from a slightly different angle. So this paper asks, where do fat people fit into this subject? What new insights can our sources throw up when we refocus on those body types which aren't represented very often in historical research or popular media? Before I dive in, I should say that fat studies refers to quite a new field which explores societal attitudes towards body size and experiences of fatness, and it usually challenges our stereotypes and biases against fatness. As part of this, they try to use the word fat as a neutral descriptive term that isn't inherently pejorative, and that's how I will attempt to use the word throughout this paper. So I want to begin with one of the most fundamental sources in this area, which is patterns. Among the earliest surviving pattern books from the early modern period is Juan de Alcega's Libro de Geometria Práctica y Traza. His book on geometry, practice, and patterns is quite well known nowadays because it was turned in its second edition from 1589 was turned into a facsimile, published in 1979. And it's from this edition from which I drew my images on the slide. So from a fat studies perspective, this book is really interesting because it includes 3 separate patterns for a fat woman, which is quite rare. And they're all for vasquina, might not be the right pronunciation there, but it's been translated as kirtles. But in this, that word can obviously mean multiple things, but in this case, seems to refer to essentially skirts with a sort of A-line construction, which were slightly longer at the back than at the front. These patterns are in some sense not plus size, purely because that term implies standardized sizing, which we have today. whereas clothes in the early modern period were usually measured for the customer or adapted to their body. This flexibility might lead to the conclusion that body size was a non-issue or less of an issue, but I think that by comparing two of the patterns in this text, we can see that part of, oh, I've got some notes there. I don't know if you can see those, but the part of this, part of resizing an item could involve changes to the dimensions of the fabric and the pattern construction as well. So body size was a relevant and perhaps significant consideration for tailors and other dressmakers. So by comparing the fat woman's kirtle, which is on the left, oh, actually, this is quite interesting because I am using a slightly older version of the presentation, but I realized that I had put the woman's kirtle on the left and the fat one's on the right, kind of implying like what that first one was the standard and the second was the non-standard, and also reflecting the order in the book. And then I swapped them. So I'm just going to see if I can re-swap them back in my mind. But anyway, by comparing the patterns for the fat woman's kirtle, which is on the right, and the woman's kirtle on the left, we can see how body size changed the dimension of the fabric. So for the fat woman's kirtle, it's 7.5 barras, which is about 4 feet longer than the kirtle of silk for a woman, which is 6 1/8. You can also see that the pieces for front and back were swapped. So the woman's kirtle, the front piece is on the right, and on the fat woman's kirtle, it's on the left. This is to make room for larger goddets, the triangular pieces, which create that A-line or widening construction of the skirt, and make best use of the material. So the intended result of these different patterns produces a hem on the larger item measuring 18 hands and 15 hands on the smaller one, keeping the proportions the same. And the waist measurements of the larger kirtle is about, although the waist measurement of the woman's kirtle isn't given, most of the skirts in this text are about 1 1/4 barras in dimension, which is 41 1/4 inches, whereas the fat woman's kirtle is 25 inches larger than that. However, it's something like reconstruction methods that would be really intriguing to see how a person more skilled than me would put this item together, and how they might pleat or how they might put together the waistline to fit different sizes, people who would wear it, and that could be really illuminating. So the efficiencies required to accommodate these changes with minimal additional fabric are in line with the wider purpose of the text, which also provides the reader with detailed conversion tables and lingers on questions of measuring the fabric correctly to avoid waste. In fact, the inclusion of these patterns might prompt us to consider whether the experience or the need to produce garments for different body sizes actually produces innovation in the making of patterns. It certainly tests the skill of the maker, just as resizing and other changes do, and just as much as maybe constructing garments for different purposes, different professions, different classes. Body size could also be another element to consider. So reconstruction methods can also shed light on the close relationship between the experience of body size and clothing in early modern Europe. This has been the focus of scholarship from people like Holly Fletcher, who draws attention to the notion that prior to tape measures and scales, it was through clothing that early modern people could perceive changes in their size. So I've not yet identified specific garments that were adjusted for larger bodies, but there are numbers of examples which were changed for other reasons. So the item on the left here, the Bath Museum of Fashion think that this jacket or doublet was enlarged for a growing girl because it's quite small still, but you can see on the back has gussets where it was enlarged, and the sleeves have been reconstructed also for a larger body. And on the right, the forepart has been expanded to fit over a larger farthingale, so to meet changes in fashion. And you can see Janet Arnold's Patterns of Fashion 3 shows it best, but you can see that the pieces 5, 6, and 7 were added later, perhaps a decade or 5 years after the original construction, in order to meet the demands of fashion. So adaptations like this and innovative and economical reconstructions of garments to alter their size are quite illuminating in terms of how we might imagine people might alter their clothing to respond to weight changes or during their lifetime. And I think it also encourages us to think of clothing not as a static object, but as something that has its own lifespan and its own story of changes through its life, just as the wearers would have. And I think all of that is further illuminated by reconstruction practices and the skills of closely identifying the processes of altering a garment over time. And I think it's also this process of a garment's life cycle which fat studies can help to illuminate. In fact, one of the possible reasons why many of the garments that we have are very small, apart from the fact that a lot of wearers would have been small, is that through reuse and recycling, which has been talked about in several other papers, things tend to get smaller. So on the left, this potentially previously a linen corset has become perhaps a stomacher, much smaller. And again, the Bath Museum of Fashion thinks that this jacket may have been repurposed from a larger item, that being I don't know why the word is escaping me, a petticoat, from a petticoat. So again, tending to go smaller and smaller over time. So I'm just gonna refine my place. But yeah, in this way, fat studies can remind us of the partiality and the bias of the clothing that survives, which is not always very much. And it renews our sense of possibility and focus on on clothing as having its own complex life cycle, as I mentioned before, something that is constantly remade. I want to conclude by lingering on a further beneficial approach of fat studies for reconstruction history, reconstruction practices, which is that that clothing attempts to transform the body often into a more ideal shape, but it's not always successful. So I think a telling example of the transformational powers and limits of clothing is from this account here of Queen Marguerite de Valois' return to court, the French court, in 1605 after almost a decade in exile. She was returned divorced from her husband, who had married a younger woman in order to have heirs. And she was quite a controversial figure, but she was very highly educated. She wrote a defense of the female sex. And so you can imagine she might have had some, I don't know if I would say enemies, but some people who didn't like her, and she was the subject of many satires. And this is an example from a potted biography of her after her death. It was published in the 19th century, but written in the 16th. And the French historian, or you might call him more of a gossip really, Tallemant de Roux, describes in this text how she had become, Marguerite had become horribly fat, horriblement grosse. And to counteract this, she had had the breadth and volume of her skirts made much longer than necessary, even altering her sleeves so they were in proportion. She added to this, he says, a metal corset to restrain her waist, an additional enlargement of her middle, perhaps padding or farthingale, to make her waist look smaller by comparison. And despite all her imaginary efforts, Marguerite was confounded, and her efforts only served to highlight her larger body, reaching such sizes that there were many doors. Il y avait bien des portes où elle ne pouvait passer. There were many doors through which she could not pass. I think that as a record of Marguerite's actual size, such an account is not very useful. We have these two portraits of her in her teens and then in her 30s. But I think that it is a record of the way in which fatness could transgress boundaries set by clothing, calling for innovations in and those transgressions could call for the kinds of innovations in pattern layout, resizing and recycling of garments that I've looked at, but also the use of new technologies, of foundation garments. And yet, even with that, there still might be a transgressive potential in fatness that couldn't be hidden or fully transformed away. And just as fat studies draws attention to the way in which clothes could be lived with, it also entails a confrontation with the fact that even the most firmest strictures, the most well-funded person might not fully be able to transform their body through clothing. I think that sometimes when we recreate beautiful items we fit them to, not we, I wish I did. When someone creates a beautiful item and fits it to a model that fits them, I think that there can be a sense of reaching for a sort of perfect thing. Not always, but I think especially in kind of popular media, see beautiful gowns being created everywhere. I think that fat studies can be a useful reminder that clothing doesn't always fit and it's not always comfortable, and it's something that is lived in, and that can be a messy process. And I really appreciate everyone for listening to me speak, and I'm excited to hear the roundtable. And I think that's me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Scarlett. And I think, like I said, if we can ask Claire and Louise to just show off their work to the camera so that the people at home can have an idea about the lovely garments that you've made and you've been able to see in the room. And maybe if you do that while people in the room and people at home have a little think about what questions they might want to ask. Again, I could say.
So this is the Odette with the painted feathers. As you can see, it's not very successful, but it was just to sort of test her annotations. I didn't say this in the talk. This was to test her annotations on the designs, which was the painting, to see if it works, and it doesn't. So that's that. And then this is the two rose fairies. On this side, we've got the old one, on this is the new, and it was to test the techniques and the movement. You can see, no, you can't. This is much more loose, it has to be swing tacked down. This is much stiffer, but this is also not very effective. They're all sort of trials, and it will probably be a series of experiments. Yeah, I'm going to finish that. I'll bring them on. Okay. Yeah.
So it's smooth figures and then went into disaster.
So this is just quite a basic kimono. It's not a very formal one. I bought it in a flea market in Tokyo. It cost me about £3. All of the ones I use are ones I bought either in flea markets or bought here very cheaply. So that just shows a standard kimono with a lining before I unpick it. When it's unpicked, there's 8 panels of fabric, which are these. There's also a lining, which is sort of the same sort of amount of fabric. So you've got all these amazing long strips that you can do things with. This one that I unpicked literally on the hotel bed yesterday, I haven't ironed. So if anyone wants to have a really close look, you've got you can see where everything's folded, where everything's gathered, which is really interesting. The pieces that I've unpicked, these really aren't going to show up. These are all the threads. So you have the thread on the main garment, threads from the linings, cotton that may line the hem of the garment, and any odd bits of fabric, which I'm still trying to understand what they actually do inside the garment. There's also a couple of press studs. Quite often you'll find a press stud on the collar to put a collar liner on. And this is one of the dresses that I've made. So it's using the panels in exactly the same way, but just tilting them to 45 degrees. All the decorations. Try and get that up.
So have you used the small panels in that as well, or is it just the larger one?
I've used the longer ones. The small ones I've still got. You get a lot of fabric.
Yeah.
So this is where there will be 2 cuts in the original fabric for the shoulders. So these are already in I can't do anything about them. So they're patched from inside, and then I use threads that I've either pulled from the fabric or I've collected, and I just sew them on as embellishment. So it kind of, I don't know, visible mending, but very visible mending. And this is what I was talking about, pieces going from the left-hand side to the right-hand side, never the other way. Yeah.
If I could ask all of our speakers that are in the room to head up the top table.
Yeah.
So, do we have any questions within the room to kick us off?
I just wanted to say for Elise, you might be interested in this idea of lost costume. Often at the end of a film, we burn all the costumes.
Yeah.
You've known that, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to let you know that that's like often why you don't get this history of
Yeah.
clothes, and it's to do with, people making money out of clothes.
Yeah. In theatre, it gets sold on at the end, like in ballet, a lot of like the rose fairy, it's probably, someone probably owns it.
I have a lounge room full of theatre costumes right now at home that I bought 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So have you been able to find anyone that's kind of got remaining costume Bibles with a set of costumes?
Not from junior to early learners. I know that the Royal House has the ones from the current, what's still running, but the Swan Lake, there's a literally. I've spoken to the Boston Ballet, they don't even know what auction house it's sold at. You know, right? It's only right. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to relate to that. And then Claire, I was thinking about your project, or what you're doing with the community. It's actually like you're talking about it being of cultural appropriation, but it's actually not too dissimilar from like Junior Watanabe made a whole series of garments that were salvage to salvage traditional like tailored wools. And it's kind of flipping the idea in our context, if you know what I mean. So I don't know if you know about those clothes.
A little bit about it.
Yeah, you should have a look. I think you might find them super interesting. So similarly with the kimono, they are kimono is salvage to salvage. So this collection, and if I can dig it out on my phone, I'll try and find it for you. But all using like super fine 160 wools and just rectangular pieces of fabric with big tucks taken out of them, pleats, and it's kind of extraordinary the silhouettes that they make. So you might be interested.
I'll have a look at that.
Yeah.
Jane?
I don't know if you know really, but the Getty has an entire back catalogue auction catalogues. So you can search it online. And it might be that you can find the auction catalog that contains the yeah, I'll look at that. Actually, that's really nice.
I think I'm going to, I just need to repeat this person, I think I'm going to ask a question for all of you, which is kind of also a question that we asked the previous panel, so making it fair, which is essentially why reconstruction, recreation, remaking? What's brought you to this end, and what's your kind of your inspiration and your drive for termed recreation?
Well, for me, it's just to actually find out more about Julia Trevelyan-Nolan's designs, why some of them have lasted 50 years and some literally not even a whole year. It's a way of testing them and sort of understanding how much of her own material knowledge was then actually made onto the stage. I'm only looking at her ballet, but she did others as well, because it's in the ballet and the opera that has the longest running runs, basically. And also it's interesting. As a costume maker, essentially doing more costume making, but in.
I think for me, I have a background as a jeweller. So I was making products, going out to craft fairs and selling, and I just really got sick of making more stuff. So for me, it's about trying to just really reuse what I already have. A lot of, all things Japanese for my whole life. And kimono really just, for me, combines both. It's like I can sew, I've sewed all my life. I started my career as an alteration hand at a costumiers. So it combines that hand stitch with that reuse. and it's just something I want to develop. I really want people to think about their materials and their waste and to watch their waste. Really.
I've been studying, well, I'm not as old as everyone here, but most of my life, which is still probably not as long, but I really like to work on films when I graduate university, and as well as like personal development of my own skills. I'd really like to work on productions of films and things and make it a really immersive experience for the viewer and people to go like, wow, I'm so inspired by that film. Like the art department or whatever was really, really good, but just inspiring people. I think that's what I'd like to do. So I started historical costuming around age 16. And when I started studying history in Vienna, I didn't really think of combining those two things. And it was actually Sarah in the blog that made me realize that I could actually combine it. And when I started my research on my master thesis, I realized that all my knowledge of sewing and materials and tools and techniques really helped me with understanding what was actually presented in these inventories, all these garments, and that just showed me that I really want to continue in that area and that there's a lot of potential there.
Yeah. And Scarlett?
Well, I can't sew, so but I in terms of using reconstruction methods in my PhD, I'm looking at these beauty texts and recipes, so that's really the area that I want to explore in the coming years. So that would more be sort of mixing, you know, and kind of almost cooking skills. But I think in general, I'm interested in the topic, or I was drawn to the topic for my research because so many of the questions I want to ask involve really subjective experience, like what did it feel like to be fat, or how was this perceived, how did it feel to sort of move through the world. And I think reconstruction can be a great way to tackle some of those more abstract experiential questions in a way that still is grounded in, like as we've talked about today, there are lots of methods of doing that in a rigorous way, which still acknowledges that you're never going to get, you know, a definitive answer about these questions, but you can look at the different possibilities that you're presented with from your research. Yeah.
And hopefully, as a historian who can't say but who's really interested in reconstruction, hopefully things like the network could potentially pair you up with people that could use their own reconstruction skills to answer the question.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if anyone's interested in partnering with Scarlett, and then I also had another question for, it's sort of a question, sort of an observation for Claire about the way that you're approaching kimono from a kind of sustainability perspective is actually drawing upon a lot of historical mindsets when approaching you know, textiles and garments and their kind of lives. And is that something that you think about in your practice?
Yes, yeah. I'm really interested in sustainability through history and looking at dress. There was an amazing exhibition at the FIT in New York a few years ago that looked at the whole of sort of unfinished garments, unmade garments, for all the different reasons. And I think that was something for me that really made me realise people have always been remaking, and there's a beautiful 1950s waistcoat that was probably made from something from the 18th century. And I suppose it goes on, it's very fashionable at the moment, you know, everyone remakes, everyone repairs, and it's just saying this isn't new. And so, yeah, that's something I'd really like to look at. But for me, kimono just epitomises all of that because it's been doing it all along.
Claire, I'm really glad you brought that up because I gave a talk on this in June and I'm publishing it in, well, I get around to writing the article, in October. It's due exactly about that, about how dress historians and conservators and people, you know, curators have this incredible wealth of knowledge about sustainable practices in history that I feel is not yet being brought into the future production conversations. And now I'm seeing more and more people looking at this and thinking about this. Matilda Aspinall's PhD project worked on this. Mark O'Connell has written about it, and I'd be really interested in talking to you further about your experience because I think this is something that's only going to pick up further, and the reconstruction you do about how people thought with clothing, and what they did with clothing and textiles when there was less of it is going to be crucial for the future. So thank you so much for bringing up exactly that aspect.
Yeah, I have a question for Erin. I was really interested in your discussion or articulation of this inter-observer reliability methodology or theory. And it struck me as being similar to what Jane was speaking about having sort of this possible expert panel of reviewers or about sharing. And I was wondering if you had more thoughts about that, or how you sort of would see that fitting into research as we do it now in terms of what we've been discussing today.
That's a really good question. I think that there definitely is a space or a platform for that kind of thing, but also making sure it doesn't become too critical of everyone's work. Like, it needs to be like a supportive atmosphere and stuff.
Yeah, it really made me think. I figured out what I thought the structure was of this little piece of crochet, but I would really love it if I could find a person who cares enough about it, so you look at it and go, oh no, you're totally wrong. Do it like this. Yeah.
If I can just know, you said about being constructive, there are guidelines for good practice in peer review. And I think that, frankly, a lot of peer reviewers need to learn that. You know, yes, there should be guidelines for evaluating anyone's work, which are always about being constructive. And, you know, we struggle with this in the archaeological textiles review. We look all the time for peer reviewers who have the time and the inclination and the enthusiasm, but also have the tone that you require to encourage people to publish. And that goes back to what we're saying about encouraging, you know, what we've called independent scholars, and largely craftspeople, to submit articles. If they, you know, they worry about exactly that, or they're going to be lambasted for their foolishness. When in fact, we really want to be constructive about getting this kind of knowledge out there. So that's not just in this realm. The world of peer reviewing is riddled with uncomfortable practices. And there is a very good article, which I've quoted in my Heritage Science article, about good practice in peer reviewing and the history of how it's developed.
That's really helpful, thank you. And I think we have two questions for Scarlett that are online that I'm going to smush together so that we have time for a comfort break before the round table. And they are: is there ever discussion of the extra cost for materials to dress a fat person in the sources that you've been looking at? And is there any difference in attitudes towards fatness in relation to gender?
Two great questions. I would say I haven't found any explicit reference about charging more for larger people, but if you look at Alcega's patterns, for example, they do require more cloth for the patterns that he provides. And if you are paying for your garments related, though I'm sure if you know you're paying for the garments cloth, I suppose you might pay more, but there's so many elements that might change the price of a garment, like how it's decorated, embroidered, finished. So it's really hard to say, but I think that, yeah, if more fabric was needed, it's possible that could have made clothing more expensive. In a lot of the sources I've looked at, there is a correlation made between wealth and fatness, and so perhaps that's why it's not discussed, in the sense that it's assumed that some of these kind of even fictional characters in certain contexts are wealthy, but it's not always the case. With gender, that's one of the major topics of my PhD, and there is a lot of difference, I think, but there are some differences that we can recognize today and others that we can't. For example, women tend to be judged more harshly on how they look, which is kind of a familiar thing to us today. And for most of the sources that associate drinking with fatness, they tend to be men. So as far as I found visual sources that associate, you know, excessive drinking with like having a large belly, it tends to be men, which maybe reflects perhaps not the fact that women, I'm sure women were drinking, but perhaps the idea that that's a masculine, like the idea of drinking alcohol is more of a masculine behavior. But no, I think that's a really big topic and really interesting. I was interested in Alcega's pattern book that there aren't any patterns for fat men, and also the fact that this only one garment that is given for a fat woman even, and not, there's no upper body garments or anything like that. So I think that's definitely a question I'll keep coming back to, but thank you for asking, and yeah, and thank you.
Thank you, Scarlett. Okay, so I think if we thank our speakers again, and then we're going to take a very quick comfort break for those in the room to nip to the loo and get another drink before we do the round table. Similarly, for those of you at home, if you want to take this as an opportunity to just nip off for a minute, we will be 5 minutes before we get on with the round table.
Okay, well, welcome everyone online back. Obviously everyone in the room. So we're going to have a quick roundtable discussion. I mean, I don't think the time we have left is really long enough to talk about everything.
Right?
Yeah. But I think we have a couple of questions to like kick us off, and then we can see what a discussion.
Yeah, I'm going to kick us off, and then people at home and people in the room, we're going to come to you to kind of take us in any directions that you would like us to go into as well. So do keep feeding through any questions that you would like us to talk about. But I've also been noting down some things that have popped up through the day that I want to bring us back to. So just to warm us up, I'm going to kick us off with a slightly tongue-in-cheek question, but also a good question, I think. But what do you think is the primary concern, like the main thing that we should be focusing on first, in terms of concerns that face the field of recreative practice in history? What's the number one thing?
Methodology and terminology.
Formidability things, Henry.
They're interlinked. You can't do the one without the other. And what we think is scholarly credibility, and those are the two fundamentals. Yeah.
Sarah?
So Hilary and I were speaking at lunch, and I was talking about in science, because your talk was talking so much about obviously scientific experimentation, historical, there's a crisis of replication in science, which is basically that most people don't replicate previous studies to see whether the data that they've produced is actually legitimate. And when they have, they found that actually a lot of time they can't be replicated. And I was just wondering what you think about that in terms of our field, like replicating studies that other people have done to see if you come to different conclusions, talking about like failure to replicate.
I think I mentioned in my talk the idea of like iterative replication. And I think that's what's actually so great about much of what people do is, and it comes back to this question of how do we find out what people are doing in reconstruction? Because then we are able to build on it. We may not be doing exactly the same experiment or test, but you can say, all right, so I'll take my Jornea for an example. I used about 4 different blogs that had already tried to make Jorneas. And so I built on that. And I wasn't exactly replicating their results, but I was kind of using their outputs and their successes and failures as the information for what I was going to do. So I could kind of try it again. This is my thinking about the Jornea, and use other examples that are very popular to play with. The 12th century Blia, for example, lots of people iterating upon that. So I think this sort of sense of the standing on the shoulders of giants, or the chances we have to do, like, this is my investigation into a certain problem, a certain government, is actually really beneficial to our field. And I'd say we're perhaps on the other side of a crisis of replication, that the more knowledge we have out there, the more we can build future reconstructions on people's successes, failures, results.
What about, do you think about, so if I'm thinking about things I've made in the past and published, now that I am 5 years on, I would actually do it differently. But like, is there room for me to like publish again? Be like, actually, I did this thing 5 years ago and I published it, but I don't actually agree with everything that I said then.
I think so, because it's like it's any kind of historical work that we do, you know, the more evidence you find, like, so in the Dress in the Age of Jane Austen book, I published that in 2019, and now going through it, I'm like, that's still, I've found something slightly different there. It's kind of, we improve, we update,
And
knowledge changes.
you said when you used that great quotation about sociology, where you blanked out sociology, I think that finished with the idea that we have to be open to new evidence coming at any moment. And that's what Nina and I have always said in the Tudor Tailors. Yeah, we wrote the Tudor Tailor in 2005. It was published in 2006. We spent the next 12 years going, could have done better. And it's taken us this long to get the Tudor out, and we're still now going, well, now, you know, there's stuff we need to redo. So I think that's a really important point, which you made early on in the day, that, yeah, there's definitely room to review and republish. And I think, actually, if we look at a lot of the people who've, you know, done work that results in Nobel Prizes, for example, that's what they do. They do a life's work on a topic, on a narrow field, and they become experts by doing better each time they work on something.
Let's race who can get the first Nobel Prize.
So we need a journal. I just take reviving my study.
Yeah. We have the same journal like every year, just it's like slightly.
I think that this also brings us to an interesting question in terms of the interpretation of what is published. Because I think sometimes, like something like Tudor Tailor, for example, fantastic book, and then people will read it and think, well, that's the way that it was done.
Yes.
And therefore that becomes the way. And this is something that I think is really interesting when I've been working on Labour of the Stitch, which is my next book, which has a recreative thread through it, where I'm looking at 1760s mantua making. And Bernie and Trowbridge, who I think are with us today, hello, put together a fantastic online course. So that was something that I took. And then also there's all my own kind of 15, 20 years of experience of doing that kind of recreative work, plus looking at however many exam gardens I looked at. And there's no single way of doing it. You're kind of compiling all of these bits of knowledge together. And I think that being able to communicate that to people that are trying to learn how to do it is really important. There is not a single, this is how you make a regency gown.
Or a knitted cap.
Exactly.
A number of times, you know, so how were they knitted? Well, I've seen a lot of caps. There are several different ways of approaching it. And it's quite complicated. It's like lots of scientific concepts that need to be explained. You need some basics before you can get to the complexity of why it's not a simple answer. And you're right, that's something that it's a challenge to communicate to a wider audience.
I think sometimes the difference between reenactment communities and academic communities and doing work like this is that in reenactment communities, you have the burden of finishing. You have to be able to put the thing on, right? So you've got to make decisions that get you to a completely end result. And sometimes that can result in a little bit of, this is the way you do it. And if you go into different reenactment groups in different states and countries, they've also often got a sort of like, this is the way that we make a, you know, early 16th century German gown. And I feel like maybe one of the benefits of an academic approach to reconstruction, and like in no way at all denigrating reenactment, I wouldn't be a dress historian without reenactment, is the ability to go, this is what I do know, this is what I got to, but these are where the edges are messy. This is what I know I don't know. This is partial. This is a towards. This is a beginning. And actually, I've got more conceptual space to play with.
The best reenactment, the best blogs by reenactors are the ones where they make very clear those compromises. And I think Beth McMahon is here online, and she, you know, with her master's thesis, she made very plain where the fuzzy edges and the smudges were. And, you know, that's partly because she's had so many years in reenactment doing exactly as you say, right, got to get this finished. Here are my compromises to get the thing in my back for the event and stuff.
And I think we should celebrate the fuzzy edges. I think we should celebrate
the failures, the uncertainties, this is what happened when I tried this and it worked really badly. Because then again, you're kind of showing other people and they can go, well, I'm not going to try that. It contributes to the group knowledge.
I've long proposed the journal of negative results. Yeah. Because I know so many people who did PhDs that the null hypothesis was proven, and of course they feel very discouraged about publishing their work. But of course, if they don't publish it, someone will do that exact same piece of research again, and it will be a waste of everyone's time. So yeah, we could have the journal.
I think one of the other questions that I wanted to bring up in this that I think is really important is around skills training. So Hilary, you brought up earlier, and it's sort of been a theme through the day, kind of our positionality. But also I know from having PhD students that are approaching recreation that sometimes there's specific skills that people want to get. Actually, it's broader than recreation. It's even in terms of pattern taking, which also came up earlier. There's no current set or go and take this course at the IHR or something to do that. And do you think that there's any space for creating those kinds of courses? What kind of resources? What would that look like? How could we go about?
Well, we've got some people in the room already, haven't we, who could run some of those courses.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's a crisis in the world of technical analysis of textiles. The theatre course in Lyon is temporarily on hold. The TRC, the Textile Research Centre in Leiden, is struggling to keep up with demand for their introductory course on textile analysis. And the Early Textile Study Group in the UK is a very small group of expert people, including Ruth Gilbert and Hero Grange and Trailer, who, again, they don't have the resources to run the courses for as many people as would take them. So speaking with my entrepreneurial hat on again, there's a gap in the market for a lot of these kinds of courses. And I think it's not just academics who would do them. I think there's a lot of the serious leisure people out there who would actually pay to do some of these courses because they'd like to acquire these skills. I think what Hannah was describing as her skill set earlier today, there are people who kill to learn from her. You know, that is literally stuff you can't learn from a book.
I was just having a conversation with some of my MA students just this week, and we have prerequisites to get into this MA program. And it's a very hands-on program that sort of takes students through textile conservation skills, and a lot of people don't sew, and they, don't do object study and don't know. Specifically, the thing that came up was different kinds of seams, and that one of the students was suggesting that we have a pro seminar in the first semester that takes you through sort of the basics of research in dress and textiles. Do we need a pro seminar for hand skills? Do we need a pro seminar for object study, and start to build in these kind of, what's the difference between a French seam and a fell seam and a flat fell seam for students coming in? And I'd love to be able to do that. So that, that's in a microcosm, but is that sort of an approach to this?
And that's a lot of that is what happens at the Textile Studies programme at Uppsala University. They take that, and there's certainly a very excellent module on learning from objects, particularly textile objects, which Cecilia Ania has developed and run. So yeah, there's space for those things.
I guess this is where also, who's in sort of conceiving this network, Serena and I are also interested in bringing together people from the costume community, because as somebody, and I was talking to Amanda about this before, from Australia, and Hilary would know this, there is nothing, there's nothing like the School of Historical Dress in Australia. Like Sovereign Hill now has sort of the Centre for Rare Arts and Forgotten Trades, but there's really nowhere that you can learn a lot of this, and obviously not everyone can afford to fly halfway around the world. So, when I say, I sort of did a digital apprenticeship using your words, I kind of did. I learned a lot from watching, tutorials online, from watching what other people were doing. You have companies like Burnham and Trowbridge who have these sort of online tutorials. And, you obviously can't substitute that experience for being there in person. But I feel like as a community of makers, so many people are very generous with their knowledge and their expertise.
And we have more tools for sharing that now than ever
And
before.
the way this kind of learning was characterised in the past was sitting next to Nelly, and we need to sit next to the Nates before they disappear.
Can I ask you a question that sort of links to that? And it's about time. So there's the whole sort of 10,000 hours to become skilled at something, you know, I think that's probably a number plucked out, you know, but it's got a point. And there's also to do any sort of reconstruction, especially if it's using a hand skill like hand sewing or knitting or crochet, it takes a huge amount of time. That tiny, tiny piece of white stuff I held up, that was a whole afternoon's work. I know that's only one afternoon, but I thought to myself, I'll make the whole trim before I go to that conference. Yeah, right. And I feel like, especially within sort of academia, there is no time. So how do you square that like need for time to gain skill and need for time to use skill, whilst also fulfilling like a teaching and a research and an administration and blah, 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 blah. Have you got anything wise to say?
That's really why I developed my citizen science approach, and also why I paid experts to come into my project with me, because I would love to have sat there and knitted all my swirls myself and filled them. But I have 2 years for my fellowship programme, and there is just no way I could do it myself. So I think, you know, community-based approaches to this are definitely worth it.
We actually have a question from the chat that relates to this. So it came from Emma. So where does the cost of labour and materials fit into this field? How do we make sure people are being paid a fair wage for making historic tracks?
And I think this also ties into another thing, which is value attached to different labour activities.
Yes.
So all of those things you're mentioning as an academic, they are valued, right? Working with words, sitting doing emails, doing database research, that's all real work, right? But just crochet, it's not really.
Something that I don't think it's saying Leicester at it, but I do a lot of my reconstruction stuff on the weekend, even though it's part of my work, because I feel like I'm like, oh, well, it's not like it is work, but also it's not work. Like
whenever I've been in a history department, that's how I felt.
Yeah.
And now I'm in a fashion and textiles department where actually a lot of the research around me is practice based. Then suddenly it is being valued in a different way, and I am being given that space and time to do it as real work, which is it's just a really interesting mind shift, which is really good. And I think that having more positions like mine that are between history and a practice-based department is really valuable for this kind of labour.
I also, I mean, to the Emma's question as well, the issue is that historically people have been really badly compensated for this work.
Yeah.
So I did a comparison of costs for the Austin Police about what it would have cost at the time and what it cost when I made it, so 2007. And the shift was the most expensive thing in the time it would have been made was the fabric. The most expensive thing when I made it was my time, because I valued my time and paid myself accordingly. And that was still only like giving myself 10 quid an hour. Like it wasn't actually for what it was. So how do we pay people for what their labour is worth now, given that the garment they might be replicating, if they're doing that, the maker would have received, 1/20th of that.
I've always felt when I'm commissioning people to make reconstructions, whether it was for the costumed interpreters to wear at the historic royal palaces and other heritage sites, or when I've been doing collaborative work, like this project at the Museum of London with Chrissy, I've always felt that when you're using professional craftspeople, you have to pay them a fair wage. So I feel that should be an open and transparent negotiation. And those people are holding the budget, which that's me. It's a decision where you put the money. And I remember when Nina and I were first working together, one of the nicest things she said to me was, "Oh, I love working for Jade because she never skimps on the budget." And I'd never thought of it like that. So I felt, well, if the reconstruction needs it, we're working in this highly prestigious environment, then the clothing needs to reflect the environment that we're working in.
Which is an interesting thing with funding bodies. And so having been researching this quite a lot recently, there are some funding bodies that will not. They just won't give you materials costs. And some that will. And I think we really need to start questioning that and opening it up and finding ways where we're making sure that people aren't having to use their own resources to do this, because then that does really limit people that can do reconstruction work to those that can afford the expensive.
Well, this speaks to your thing about credibility as well. Like, again, in the Australian context, our big research body, they just be like, what is this? You know, it's not real research.
But then you compare that with Copenhagen and the Fashioning the Vikings project, which has been entirely about reconstructing sets of clothes, and that was properly funded by a Danish foundation.
We did have a comment again, so from Annie Shepherd saying it's not just time, it's money as well, sourcing materials that are appropriate for any given, lost it. Basically how prohibitive it can be for materials for people entering. So not just people in, but students sort of coming in and entering the field.
And I think this might be, I mean, is this an issue as well? Is that so much reconstruction in the broadest possible sense is being done now. There is so many resources available on YouTube and on the internet and things like that. The basic standard has really risen. You know, if you want to start in on making something now, even the ways that people would do it 20 years ago is just like, whoop, it's gone stratospheric. So the kind of, have we, by raising the quality of it, have we perhaps barred some people from entry? Like, is that an issue as well? Is like what you have to do to kind of step into the game now requires much more investment of time and money.
Well, it also comes back to what you were saying in your presentation, Hilary, about people that can make a big splash on Instagram and TikTok are going to get the attention. And if you're doing it and your skills are amazing, but all you can do it with is an old bed sheet, then you're not going to get that skills and attention. So you're not going to feel as validated. But what you're doing is still incredibly useful. You're still developing those skills. You're still thinking about these same things, even if you don't have the money to buy the expensive skills.
Exactly. And the process that you might be having might be amazing, even if the aesthetic result is not necessarily there because the process was what you were testing. But because it is made from an old bed sheet, you know, Instagram doesn't encourage that kind of, you know, do we need to kind of, in the same way that people's kind of are reacting against the, you know, the whole filter Instagram thing by sort of real bodies, breaking skin, stretch mark, and kind of really sharing that on Instagram. Are we going to be getting the like messy craft, the you know, dirty making that isn't just perfect and polished?
Is there something that would be funded better if you were trying to recreate a bronze lost wax vessel made by a big man? Would there be like, oh yeah, we'll find some pennies for that? Oh, you wouldn't do something out of girls' stuff?
That is definitely.
Is that part of what's going on?
I've been involved in a grant application in Sweden where some blokes with a machine were going to do some stuff with swords, and then there was a discussion about what other materials might also be studied in that way. And so, in fact, Hannah Beckstrom and I said, oh, there's this great knitted liturgical glove, let's put that in. And of course, when the money came through, there was less of it. So what got put in the machine? The swords got put in the machine. And we did feel very much like, okay, there's a bit of a gender bias going on.
I've seen, I thought it was very interesting when, I'm going to name names because I'm never shy about my loathing of the costumes for the BBC War and Peace.
Bill and Ted, they failed.
They totally failed. So in the Telegraph here, very, very reluctantly, they eventually published an article on what was, you know, problematic overall with all of the costumes in that production. But they rapidly, before that, published an article on one medal that was wrong in that production. And guess the gender of the people who wrote those different articles. Yes, because if a war medal was wrong, that's a serious problem. If all of the costumes are, yes, then so yeah, there's gender bias is real.
Well, I mean, you've written about before with, you know, button counters and the way that you know,
Yes.
dress historians and the people doing this work are often categorized as, we're just, you know, why do we have to pick everything apart? Like, it's not really, but yeah, as you said, if it's something else, like,
If it's Shakespeare,
or, you know, if
it's then
a submarine has the wrong, like,
rivets.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I am in the submarine rivets department. It's like, I filmed this submarine film, so sorry, I'm going over the gender divide on that.
Yeah, it's a sort of the what matters, what is important in history is also what's getting the funding. and support.
It's still relevant in film, you know, like to get paid more if you're in the set department as opposed to costume.
Yeah.
And when you know it, costume's full of women and the set department's full of blokes.
Yeah.
So, and their wages actually really notably a lot. Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, things haven't changed much.
That's one of the reasons why I persist in talking about scientific methods. I've sort of softened it to systematic in lots of situations, partly because I've discussed the article that's just been published with groups of people, and Melanie Schussler-Bonn said to me, why do you position it as scientific? And it's because I know from experience that if you position a grant application as scientific, you are more likely to get the money than if you position it as artistic or in the humanities or even in social sciences. So that's why we sort of need to put on the mask of science while knowing that we're actually doing history.
So how do we balance that? How do we balance the validity, quote unquote, that science gives us with us doing the same things in history? Can we get to a point where historical experimentation or investigation or whatever we want to call it is strong enough on its own that it doesn't need to borrow the validity? Do these labels, can we get to a point where they don't matter? How do we balance that kind of the hierarchy of
we can probably strive for it by demonstration, can't we? If we show that we're testing hypotheses and we're evaluating our success, all those things that really foster credibility, then we can probably drive it forward by demonstration.
And I do think that validation has markedly improved in the last 5 to 10 years. So I think we're definitely going in that right direction. And as you say, we can sort of put on the cloak of science. And ta-da! We're Do we have any questions from the chat that we want to cover? We have to wrap up.
No, just a lot of
enthusiasm.
Yeah. No, I'm just let me check with the Q&A and the chat function, so I'm checking both just to make sure.
Just from what Sarah's checking that, just from what I've seen on the guest lists here, you know, there's so many great people in the audience who do interesting reconstruction in so many ways. So yeah, I'm looking forward to reading the chat log and seeing how they're participating, because there's, you know, so many people doing great work out there, and hi to all people.
We're really glad you're there. Shall we? I think we're gonna have to wrap up, because otherwise we're going to get thrown out of the building. But thank you again to both of you, and to everybody that's here, and to everybody that's here virtually. So this, as we've said, is just the beginning of this network. So there's another workshop in just under 2 weeks' time. So please do sign up to virtually watch along with that one as well. And then after that one, we'll be releasing the call for interjections for workshop 3, which will be in March 2024. Same setup, it'll be in person here for speakers and virtual for everybody else. And then we'll have our festival, which is in September, probably 2024, which is going to be hopefully a huge event, where there'll be space for lots of people to come. So please put that in your diaries. There's going to be space both online and in person for lots and lots of people to come to that. We're going to have presentations, but we're also going to get people doing things, which I'm very excited about.
And we're also hoping to have an online seminar series, probably over the Northern Hemisphere winter.
Yes.
Southern Hemisphere summer. Because we know that we want this to be a global network.
Yeah.
And we know that there are people who will not be able to come. We know that sometimes, especially being Australian, time zones don't work properly. So we will try to cater different events to different time zones.
Yeah.
So people will have more opportunities to sort of share their work. And I think actually a big thing that came out of today is that a lot of people want bibliography of where to find this information. So I think I will get to work on that. I might drop all of our speakers an email and ask to crowdsource a bibliography that we can pop on the website, and we will update that as we go. So it can be a bit of a resource for everybody who's tuning in today, because that seems to have been a lot of people are very interested in.
And maybe it could also be a way, I mean, you know, copyright depending, but often academic articles aren't necessarily available to people who don't have library access. So maybe we could provide PDFs so key things and then start to be sharing knowledge that way where it's possible for rights reasons.
So watch this space.
If that's something that people are happy and able to do, then please do send them our way, and we can hopefully turn our website into a little hub for where you can go to find out these other things. Okay, so we are going to go to the pub. Those of you at home, please feel free to go have your lunch, your dinner, go and get your own drink. And thank you so much for joining us.
Can we also just thank Serena and Sarah for organising this event and the whole structure, and they've done a marvellous job today and for getting us all together. So thank you.
Thank you guys.
Bye.